Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome you to the July 13th, 2022 City Council meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of Council and City Administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. And when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations will be attending the meeting through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. So can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To table item CR 2287, Community Safety and Wellbeing Governance, to the August 17th, 2022 meeting of City Council, and add delegation Mike Hogan and Gord Hipperson from Regina to item CR 22-81, contract zone 2158 to 2160 Scar Street. May I have a seconder, please? Thank you. I need a mover first. Councillor Zakidniak and seconder Councillor Bresciani. All those, any opposed? All right, carried. All right, can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the June 29th, 2022 meeting of City Council? Councillor Hawkins. Any a seconder? Councillor Stadnichuk. Any errors or omissions? Okay, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Okay, we're going to adjust the agenda order at the call of the chair. We'll hear item CR 22-82 and its associated delegations first, following by item CR 22-83 and its associated delegations, then item CM 22-20 with associated bylaw 2022-35. Then we'll proceed in the published order following that. Yeah, I know. It's just okay. I'd like to call upon delegation Jim Elliott. Please introduce yourself, Jim, and have a seat. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and in what city you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that member of council may have for you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of council. There's been some wondrous and some grandiose plans put before you in the last few weeks, and if one wasn't pragmatic, prudent, and concerned about the future, one would just say build them all. But that belays the point that everyone today needs to be pragmatic, prudent, and concerned about our future. And your citizens have said that many times over the past years. The Energy and Sustainability Framework says that we are to be 100% renewable by 2050, and building much of what is being proposed will not get you to 100% renewable. In fact, it's simply continuing the unsustainable status quo. The other feature to this plan is that the same features that have been put forward by many in the past, build enough stuff and we will rebuild and regain back the economy we had in the past. But that past and present economy was and is not sustainable, nor is this plan to build more stuff sustainable. What this pandemic has shown us in spades is that our ability to be resilient, ability to survive, and the ability to weather storms has not been there and will not be there in the future if we do not build resilience in everything we do. When the next pandemic or weather disaster happens, are we going to be able to respond? Now, as you roll a ball in a bowl, and the speed gets faster and faster, if there's not a rim on the bowl to stop the rolling ball, and I would say that's the economy, or some freeboard at the top of that bowl, our economy will continue to go towards the edge and go into free fall and not come back. Now, I've entitled what I sent you, What is Good Enough, for a point. What is good enough, and how can we realistically ask our taxpayers to, in my mind, overspend and put our city further in debt, and something similar to what was said about the current football stadium? How can we not help the people, the homeless, those with food insecurities and mental health problems, but instead build more recreation facilities? And to paraphrase another, you can't eat recreation facilities and you can't drink recreation facilities. Now, I and others would clearly do things differently. So rather than being known as the best place to swim, play baseball, or watch hockey and football, I would rather us be known as the first capital city in Canada to be considered as not having anyone homeless in our city. I would rather wish to be known as more sustainable and take any efforts to get there quicker would be my goal. And lastly, I'd rather be known as the place where no one goes hungry. So putting only some of the funds being proposed for many of, if not all of the facilities being considered would get us to those goals and sooner, and help more people more sustainably today and not just tomorrow. These facilities will simply have the marginalized stay marginalized and continue to have people go hungry. Now, together we can do better if we wish to do it. It does take leadership and guts to be sustainable, and it's your choice. Thank you very much, and I'll answer questions.
Okay, does anybody on committee have any questions for the delegate? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Jim, for your presentation. And I ask that you please return to the gallery now. Okay, we will now consider this item CR 22-82, Baseball Needs Assessment. Acting Deputy Mayor Bresciani, can you please introduce this report?
Thank you. So before us, at Executive Committee, we did discuss the Baseball Needs Assessment. And in that is to request the Multi-Purpose Outdoor Stadium Committee, under the leadership of REAL, to conduct a feasibility study on the new multi-purpose mixed-use synthetic turf outdoor facility that could meet the primary needs of recreational user groups. And it was asked to approve the funding of the $15,000 payable to REAL for the city share of the feasibility study. And the whole point of this, of why this was brought forward, as we are moving to planning all of the major recreation infrastructure. This is something that has been talked about for a long time. And I think before we place it into a placeholder, we need to know what is the absolute need for the facility, and this will give us that determination. So we ask for your concurrence on this to move it forward.
Okay, looking for a seconder on this report. Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, any questions from council members on the report? All right, we have Councillor Zakidniak first.
Thank you. This may be a question for Councillor Hawkins as the chair of this proposed committee or co-chair. I've seen some questions from community members regarding how folks will be selected to this committee. And so I was wondering, I don't know if you know yet, but if you could give a response to how will the membership of this committee be determined? I think that would be for you.
Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. And the clerk may want, or the city manager may want to comment as well. There will be brought back before council, as we were instructed, a document which sets out the terms of reference for this committee, which sets out the classifications by which people will be searched, and there will be names brought back before council. So all of this will be, in a sense, the question's premature because all of this is coming in a council meeting, I believe, August 10th is my recollection, but mid-August. Perhaps the city manager would like to add something to that.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Hawkins has captured it at a very high level. We will be looking to bring a document forward to the August 10th Executive Committee meeting outlining the terms of reference. And then there will also be subsequently, we will be looking to bring back to council at some point in time a proposed list of nominees for that Catalyst Committee. The intention being that the membership will be from a broad spectrum across the city, including stakeholder groups, cultural groups, social agencies. It's going to be very broadly constituted to ensure that all views are captured by that committee when it makes recommendations to council, subsequently, likely before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
A bunch of the people lit up. Okay, no further questions from council. Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close the debate? Okay, thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote then.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Okay. So we're looking for the delegation for CR 22-83. I'd like to call upon delegation Glenn Sally from Capital Cabs in Regina. Please introduce yourself, Glenn, for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and in what city you reside. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Glenn.
Okay, my name's Glenn Solly from Capital Cabs in Regina. Your Worship and City Councilors, I'd like to discuss the bylaw in regards with the taxi fare. As Don Shikowski had reported in the last report, that we were entitled to a 12.3 increase and that we are entitled to that amount. As of Don Shikowski's report, which you have a copy of it, it's in the taxi bylaw, and we cannot ask for any more without changing the bylaw. So we're entitled to 12.3, and I request that you allow us to put the 12.3 into place. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Glenn. Going to open it up to council floor for any questions. And first I have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. I was just wondering, on the first report we received on this matter, there was a letter sent from administration signed by the majority of cab companies in Regina. It appeared in the delegate submissions last time. Only you're appearing this time, Glenn. Are you representing any other cab companies, or are you speaking only for Capital Cabs?
I mean, the other companies from talking, because we only had a few hours to do another report from the last meeting. So they all agreed, but I guess they didn't have time to put in a submission also. But we only had this 12.3 only came out after the 8.9, which we weren't, we didn't have enough time to go over it. And then Don had given us this other, with a 12.3% increase, which didn't have enough time for the whole industry to respond to it. But in the taxi bylaw, it's pretty well straightforward that the city is the one that sets what the taxi meter should be, the maximum that we can ask for. And this is where this 12.3 came from, not from us. It comes from the city that does the report on what we are allowed to get. And I think that's what we should be allowed to get. And in the future, we shouldn't even have to go through city council. It's because it's in the bylaw. It should just automatically be put to us every time that they feel justified that we can change our meter.
Appreciate that. One more question, just to make sure everyone understands. What are your biggest expenses when you're operating your business that we're controlling the rate for? I'd have to think they were the cost of the vehicle and fuel. Can you just kind of expand on that?
It's unbelievable that the cost of the vehicle in the last few months have actually over doubled in price. Of course, you see what the gas prices are. Labor costs, went up 30%. Take example, a tire that you bought for $100 now costs us about $135. So everything has went up in the cost of operating a taxi.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, up next is Councillor Standerchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just to clarify what your presentation is asking. Compared to what administration has, the only difference I see in the table that you have created is that the drop rate would be $4.50 instead of $4.25. Is that correct? Is that the only thing that you're asking
That's right.
That would be different? 25 cents?
And then the meter, the additional is the meters would be $1.23 for the 25 cents. So that's the only two changes on it. There's nothing really changed on the clock or anything.
All right.
And that's what we're entitled through the administration. Kind of sets out what we can ask for. We can't ask any more than what that table set out to be.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you, Glenn, for addressing council, and
Okay, thank you.
have a great day.
You too, sir. Okay, bye.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 22-83, taxi fare increase. Acting Deputy Mayor Bresciani, can you please introduce this report?
On the CR 22-83 taxi fare increase. This is to approve the taxi meter rates as follows, that the initial meter drop rate for the first 120 meters be increased from $4 to $4.25, and that the distance rate be changed from 25 cents for each additional 138 meters to 25 cents for each additional 127 meters. That the rate for taxi cabs hired by the hour be increased from 36 per hour to 39 per hour. And we heard from the taxi industry that this is, again, increased costs. If it be gas or other maintenance that is required. So I ask for your concurrence on this report.
Okay, I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Hawkins, any questions from council members on this report? Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I'd like to move that Table 2, TCFM Option 3, be used for the increase to go forward as opposed to the motion on the floor.
Okay, looking for a seconder for Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stadnichuk. Thank you.
Just to explain, this is the table that Mr. Sally was just referring to as in the delegation. If I understand how this has come about properly, the original report that we were voted on at executive was dated a couple months previous from when it was put together. Anyone around knows how much expenses have risen, and I think Mr. Sally explained what's happened in his business for expenses in the last few months, so that's why I've moved this as the option instead. I hope you all agree.
Procedural point, there's a motion on the floor. You can't have two motions on the floor at the same time, so this would have to be moved, I think, as an amendment.
Yeah, sorry for my floppy language, Councillor Hawkins, you're totally right. Thanks for the correction.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll have amending motion on the floor. So we will open up to debate on the amendment. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to hear from administration as to the Table 2 and the option here. We did hear from Mr. Solly. If you can just respond as to if this is something that is supported and why this was not referenced as the first choice.
Mr. Weary, I presume.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will refer the question to Ms. Shikowski, the manager of licensing and parking, as she and her team were the ones that consulted with the industry and developed the costing model that are the recommendations here.
Through the chair, yes, the report was drafted originally when we ran the model that showed an 8% increase. However, upon right before submission of this report, when it was due, the indexes on the CPI indexes on Statistics Canada were updated just a day or two before this report was due. When we ran the model using those rates, it showed the increase of a 12% rate. However, in our policy, we generally run the taxi cost fare model, discuss it with the industry, and then make our recommended changes at that time. Since we hadn't had another conversation about a 12% increase as opposed to the 8% that we had discussed with the industry, we decided to identify that the rates did continue to increase and put that in as an additional option and allow the industry to provide some more feedback before we went ahead and recommended the 12% option. If we were to have ran that option today, the taxi cost fare model today, we would be recommending a 12% increase.
Thank you for that. So we heard from Mr. Solly today that the increase in prices in gas, they've shared that. Does that suffice for communication from the industry? Through the chair?
Through the chair, we shared the updated model with the taxi industry, and we've received feedback from 4 out of the 5 taxi brokerages. One had wanted another increase, a higher increase than what we're recommending, one equal to the overall inflation rate, and the other 3 taxi companies did identify that they wanted that they would prefer the 12% increase, which is the option 3
So just to be clear, through the chair, the majority did support the 12%.
Through the chair, that's correct. There was only one that we didn't receive feedback from.
Okay, thank you very much. I will support that then. Thank you.
Okay, any other members have questions on this report? On the amendment, thank you. Okay, I will ask the clerk to call. Councillor Zakidniak, sorry.
First, I have a question and related to procedure. So this is an amendment. Will there still be a vote on if the amendment passes, there will still be a vote on the main motion? Because what would be the main motion then? Okay, so just vote on the amendment. If it passes, then it's just vote on the motion as amended.
I'll get the city clerk to clarify.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, so if the amendment is carried, then the main motion, you would vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay, I'll save my question then.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I'll ask the clerk to call the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the amendment carries 7-2, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, and Moll, and the following voting against are Councillors LeBlanc and Zakidniak.
Councillor Mancinelli, do you have anything further to speak to on the main motion? Okay, so we'll open it up to debate, and I have Councillor Zakidniak first.
Last, when we spoke about this at executive committee, I had asked a question to administration, and I believe there's a more fulsome answer. So the question was, with this increase, what does the city do in terms of considering the needs of marginalized community members to adapt to such an increase? And so first of all, what do we do? And then secondly, what are some other possibilities that the city is willing to explore in that regard?
Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, coming out of the executive meeting discussion, there was some communication within administration about the issue of what, if any, programs currently or could exist for low-income people needing a relief for higher taxi rates, perhaps matching it with existing city programs. But I'll turn to either Ms. Shaley or Ms. Shakowski to speak to how it might fit with existing grant programs, which is probably, if we were to go down this path, the recommendation.
Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through the chair, maybe I'll start and then Ms. Shakowski might have some additional information to add. So we do have various streams of funding within the grant program, some of which include transportation to a program as an eligible expense. So those streams of funding are really focused on access to sport, culture, and recreation programs, as well as the support we provide for various social development agencies, and the funding for those agencies is unrestricted. We also administer the Sask Lotteries program for Regina on behalf of the province. The Sask Lotteries program is really about supporting sport, culture, and recreation programs that are targeted at marginalized segments of the population. And those programs also include transportation as an eligible expense. So that's what's covered in the grant programs today. We are undertaking additional reviews of the grant programs in alignment with the safety and well-being plan. So that's a little bit of information, but Ms. Szakowski may have some additional information about other elements of support that we provide.
Ms. Szakowski?
Through the chair, we, in the licensing area, we don't provide supports directly to the customers. However, the taxi rates that we prescribe are the maximum amount. So the taxi brokerages could charge a lower amount to their passengers and also offer discounts. And many in the taxi industry do have contracts with certain groups and organizations where they do provide reduced rates for certain groups. In addition, there's other alternatives such as rideshare services where the passengers could are aware upfront what the price would be and can determine that prior to accepting a fare. And then through the city, there's also not related to taxi, but additional transportation options through transit where they offer affordable passes and the discounted 31-day passes to some of the residents, as well as the fare assistance programs that Ms. Shaley identified that are eligible for some nonprofit organizations who provide those passes to their program participants at no cost.
Okay, thanks. I do have one follow-up question. So with the rising, the approved amendment where the rate for the maximum taxi fare increases, is that projected to have an additional strain then on our budgets in terms of what we allocate for community support for organizations? Is that something that administration is going to have to consider, what impact that'll have on the amount of support we're able to offer?
Ms. Szakowski or Shaley?
Through the chair, so we don't receive a significant portion of requests for transportation through our grant programs, and so it's hard for me to project what kind of impact this will have, but certainly we'll monitor it going forward, and if we need to bring forth requests through the budget process in relation to our grant programs, then we would do that.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Just on that note, through the chair, when we give out our grants to the nonprofit organizations and transportation, everything's included. Is there some way that we could ask the nonprofits, what is the uptake if there's any requests in regards to transportation? I think it would be good just to get any feedback in that regards. That would also, I think, help us with as we move forward in the grant program. I think that would be helpful because we may assume that there's a need, but again, it would be interesting to see what that need would be.
Mr. Weary?
I think that's a question directed to Ms. Shaley.
Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through the chair, we do regularly seek input and feedback on the grant program and how well they are meeting the needs of the community, and we'll continue to do that. We'd be happy to include that question in our next round of engagement.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll ask Acting Deputy Mayor Bresciani, would you like to close the debate? Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion as amended carries 8-1, with the following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, and Moll. And the following voting against is Councillor Zakitniak.
Okay. In regards to bylaws and related reports, we'll now consider item CM 22-20, the Regina Community Standards Bylaw number 2016-2, additional amendments. Can I have a member of administration introduce the report? Mr. Weary, when you're ready.
Sorry, my apologies, Deputy Mayor. Yes, this is a companion report to one that was previously considered by council, requesting changes to the community standards bylaw to tackle the abandoned and dilapidated properties problem in the community. And these are a couple of changes that I guess were missed in the initial report, so these are being requested to be added into the package that was previously approved by council. Just some additional remedial powers to give authority to bylaw enforcement to remedy some of the contraventions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover? Councillor Stanichuk, and a seconder. Councillor Fundura. Okay, any questions from council on this report? Okay, I have Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I have a question regarding 1B, and that is to waive the height restrictions for fences in the front yards of properties where a temporary fence is ordered to be erected for security measure. Would there be any restrictions on that, such as if it's creating any kind of site blockage for traffic or anything like that? I just sort of wanted to understand that second point through the chair.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. We would be conscious of not creating sightline issues in some of our remedial actions when we're also tasked with enforcing against property owners that are creating them. So I understand that the temporary fencing that will go up will likely not be like a typical permanent fence and would be more of a security fence type of a structure. So there will be an ability to see through the fence. It will secure the property, but it will not totally cut off the sight lines. But any property where there's where sight line issues are created, usually at intersections, we will be careful to make sure that it's appropriate fencing. It's not going to create a hazard for people that are driving on the roads. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up question through the chair. Just, and in terms of using temporary fences, were there particular incidents that happened that this came to light, that it was needed? I'm just sort of wondering if you give some explanation of why this came forward. Is it just because of certain incidents that happened that it was seen that this was necessary?
Yes. In some cases, the quickest way to secure a hazard is to simply block access to it. And then certain of the remedies that you're going to have to pursue for structural problems, at least this is a way to quickly at least secure the property so that that secondary remedy can sometimes takes time. We need to get a contractor, assess the problem and figure out how specifically to deal with it. Erecting a fence to block access to the property is a good initial measure. So that's the thinking there. And it's pretty common with abandoned properties. Once we become aware of a hazard, bylaws is trying to respond to those hazards as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, I guess, just to continue to explore this, if there was a situation where a vacant building has been vacant for a long time, it's constantly being broken into, we're constantly being sent to repair windows and prevent further entrances to that building. Would that be another example where a temporary fence might be necessary through the chair?
Mr. Rui?
Thank you. Temporary fence would not be used as something that we would, I don't think it would be a long-term solution. But I think there's going to be, it's hard to generalize. There's going to be all sorts of different scenarios where, as I said, there might be, this is a primary response, and then there might be a secondary response that will alleviate the need for the temporary fence once the fix is made to the problem that's creating the hazard. So it allows us to more respond in a more timely way. And the scenario you described is really one of those things where it's an incremental enforcement action. We get to the point where a property is so dilapidated and so much of a danger or a nuisance that that's where we would consider proceeding with demolition. If it's, again, depending on how long a property stays in that state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close? Sorry, Councillor Stadnichuk, would you like to close the debate? Okay, thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor.
Okay, we'll now consider the following bylaw. 2022-35, the Regina Community Standards Amendment Bylaw 2022. I will now turn it over to Acting Deputy Mayor Bresciani to do the first reading for the bylaw.
Second here. Is that the community nonprofit? Is that the community nonprofit? Okay. So I move the 2022-34, the Community Nonprofit Tax Exemption Amendment Bylaw 2022. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura. Is that the right one? 35? I have 34. Thank you. So I move the 2022-35, the Regina Community Standard Amendment Bylaw 2022. I move that, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2022 be introduced and read a first time. Amber.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Where is that? Is it 2022-1? It's 2022-35. That's what I.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, first reading of the bylaw carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor.
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw 2022-35 be read a second time.
Do any members of council have any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll call the vote.
Councillor Hawkins. Through you, Deputy Mayor, second reading carries 9-0. Councillor Hawkins gave his verbal vote voting in favor, so that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, Acting Deputy Mayor, could you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2022-35 going to the third reading at this meeting.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, consent for third reading carries unanimously as required by law.
Okay, Acting Deputy Mayor Bresciani, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaw 2022-35 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the final reading carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor.
Okay, we have a delegation in regards to CR 22-80.
Hello.
I would like to call upon Delegation Catherine Gibson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Go ahead, Catherine.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Gibson. I live in Whitmore Park, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak on my own behalf to project number PL 2022-00098, located at 196 Massey Road, with the already in place signage of the joint cannabis. I am talking to you from my home. I strongly object to granting a permit for a retail operation for the following reasons. It is too close to the Montessori School on the adjoining strip mall. There are residential homes across on both Grant Drive and Grant Road. There are 2 schools, Ecole Massey School and Campbell Collegiate, both of which have their main doors that open onto Massey Road. Many of the students pass by 196 Massey on their way to and from school, and there are a great number more who visit the mall at noon hour and after school. At least one of the 2 churches is within that buffer zone that is recommended for schools. Like most churches, they have either childcare and or substance abuse anonymous sessions. The churches were there first, and they've served the community of Whitmore Park well. They've opened their doors to all ages and have provided a safe and welcoming place for anyone who wants to come. Do not make them have to close down these services because they're too close to a cannabis outlet. For background history, 60 years ago, when Whitmore Park came into existence, the very mall area that is currently designated 2104 Grant Road and 196 Massey Road had a good-sized grocery store, a full-service garage, a drugstore, a bank, a hairstyling salon, a convenience store, a restaurant, and possibly more. The mobile library wheeled in a couple of days a week. In short, there was everything that one would find on Main Street in most Saskatchewan towns, except for a pool grain elevator, which was not needed, and a community drop-in center, which was and continues to be badly needed. It wasn't long before the grocery store morphed into today's Safeway at Southland. with the full service garage, all but the gas pumps moved to Victoria Avenue near Park, and then sometime later the gas pumps also left. The bank is long gone. It was in fact in 196 Massey Road, as is the original drugstore. And in recent years, we have gained back a professionally run independent pharmacy. Today, our healthcare system is strained. Many people have to choose between eating or heating. Others choose between putting gas in their cars or filling prescriptions. We are probably on the brink of World War III. The last thing we need is the purveyor of recreational, potentially mind-altering products. And the second last thing we need is tying up valuable city council time in determining whether they should allow discretionary use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine, for your presentation. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Hello, Catherine. I have a question regarding the kinds of services that the church uses. You mentioned that they sometimes offer childcare and other community services. Can you provide any more information about that through the chair?
Yes, I personally was involved in leading Forever in Motion classes twice a week in the church right adjacent to 196 Massey. And the reason I know that they had programs for Alcoholics Anonymous is that we were required to make sure we put our chairs back the right way so that they could be used. There's also, I know that there were special areas for children. And I've been to that church for various other kinds of meetings, and the same with the church that used to be called All Saints, forget the new name. I've been to several things at that where it was offered for community use.
Thank you, Catherine. How long has the Montessori school been in that mall, as far as you are aware, through the chair?
I can't honestly tell you, but it's been a number of years.
Okay.
I mean, it's been there at least, I think, 5 years.
Okay. Well, I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I just want to thank you, Catherine, for addressing council, and you have yourself a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Bart Strass. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Bart.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is Bartosz Strass, and I'm Vice President and co-founder of the Joint Head Shop Inc. I'm reaching out to you today from Winnipeg. The Joint Head Shop Inc. was established in Winnipeg in 2007 as a single accessory store, and we expanded into Saskatchewan with our first store opening in Saskatoon in 2011. We now operate 15 cannabis and accessory retail locations across Manitoba and Saskatchewan. We are proud of being an independent company that is local to the prairies and having accomplished our current growth without any outside investment. It was not our original intention to be in front of you today asking for a discretionary use permit for our cannabis retail store. When we originally started looking at this location, we engaged in a significant amount of due diligence to ensure that the location was suitable for a retail cannabis store and was specifically not within any of the set off distances outlined in the zoning bylaw that would require a discretionary use application to be undertaken. We also engaged with the City of Regina in our due diligence process, and after undertaking their own due diligence process, we were assured that the location was in fact compliant to be zoned as a retail cannabis store. To further protect our investment, we included in our lease agreement a clause that stated that the lease was conditional on us successfully obtaining a development permit from the City of Regina. We then proceeded to apply for the development permit with the understanding that retail cannabis was a permitted use for this location under the City of Regina's newly updated cannabis zoning bylaw. Had there been any indication from the City of Regina or through our due diligence process, we would not have submitted an application for this location, signed a final lease, nor proceeded to expend the well north of $250,000 even before considering the hiring of staff and lost opportunity costs that were required to develop this space and prepare it for its intended use. Had the City of Regina at any point prior to the approval of the development permit indicated that we were submitting a discretionary use application, we would have simply withdrawn the application and continued searching for a different location. To speak very quickly to the Montessori that is on the site, our understanding is that Montessori was actually closed for a period of time during COVID. And our understanding from our landlord is that a new tenant had actually taken up that specific Montessori and had reopened at some point as that same Montessori, but it is a completely new tenant, not the original owner. So the development permit along with the building permit was thereafter obtained successfully, and we proceeded to enter into a long-term lease agreement, as well as expend significant economic resources to renovate and develop the retail store in preparation for opening. Licensing through the Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming Authority was also sought, and a license was set to be issued shortly. Approximately 2 weeks prior to our expected opening, we were informed by the City of Regina through an email that our development permit, which had been issued 6 months earlier and had been subject to an open and closed building permit, was being withdrawn due to the fact that the city had been informed that a private school existed within the set-off distance outlined in the zoning bylaw. This was the first time we learned of this fact. The city indicated that our only option at that point was to proceed through a discretionary use process, and we have now done so, which brings us here today. We obviously agree with the report in front of you and would urge you to accept its recommendation and approve the discretionary use permit for the subject property. Specifically, we would like to note that while we respect that there are a number of comments that have been made that are not in favor of having a cannabis store in the area or close to certain high schools, the fact is the zoning bylaw already allows for cannabis retail stores to be permitted, to be a permitted use at these distances, and these policy issues were already decided by council at previous meetings. The issue today is solely whether the discretionary use application should go ahead with respect to being within 60 meters of the school in question. We agree with city administration that it should, due to meeting all criteria as outlined in their report. We also note that the school in question did not formally object to this discretionary use application. With respect to our store operation.
You're at your 5 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Absolutely. So with respect to our store operations and its potential impact in this case, I'd like to assure the commission that our intention is to operate a secure and compliant store that is a net benefit to the community. Our windows are kept mostly opaque, and no minors are able to see into any of our stores or view any packages of cannabis or cannabis accessories from outside the store. We have a very strict identification policy and have never served a minor customer, nor have we been sanctioned by any regulatory authority for breaching any cannabis-related rules. Our operations are specifically designed to ensure that we remain compliant with all laws and all regulations from all levels of government. Further, with many of our current leases, we can require.
I'll open it up to questions from council.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, you're welcome. I'll have Councillor Stanichuk go ahead here.
Bart, is you talked about your due diligence when you were looking at that particular site. Did you conduct a site visit, and why that site? Why were you so interested in that particular neighborhood? Through the chair.
Absolutely. So we did conduct a site visit. At the time of our site visit, there was no school in operation at the site. We then proceeded to engage with the City of Regina while City Council was actually going through the motions of pushing through the new cannabis zoning bylaw that changed some of the set-off distances. We looked at that location and viewed it as a good location as compared to many of our other locations, which are located in community developments such as this one, and have allowed us to operate again as a net positive in these communities.
Through the chair, I'd like to follow up a little bit more on why that particular neighborhood. There's a lot of families. There's a lot of elderly people in that neighborhood. Did you do some market analysis, or how did you determine that neighborhood in particular was going to be a good neighborhood for you?
Absolutely. So our market analysis dictates that our average customer is between the ages of 19 and approximately 90. We have customers that come from all sorts of different backgrounds. We have customers that come from all over the city, as well as directly from within those communities. And we have several similar locations located directly within communities where we've been very warmly welcomed and have had the residents of those communities very happy to see a store within essentially walking distance to them.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you, Bart. Just to clarify, you indicated about how much did you have invested in this already?
So we've invested north of $250,000, and that doesn't include the money spent hiring and doing additional planning, or the lost opportunity costs, of course, that we've already begun to calculate, given that this store should have been open over a month ago.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, you've indicated you did the site analysis, you got the building permit, went in, did some work in there. How did it go, though, when you saw the site visit? There was no Montessori. We've heard from the delegation, she's been there 5 years. I just need clarity. So you went there, and then how did it come back to the city that they said, well, now we have to hold off? Just walk me through that.
Okay, so here's essentially how this worked. We began looking at this location as far back as April of 2021. We had our teams make a couple of site visits, and during that time there was no Montessori that was open. There had previously been a Montessori, but that Montessori's operations were disrupted by COVID, from our understanding, and the owner of that particular establishment was no longer a tenant at the mall. The school at some point had reopened, unbeknownst to us, under a new owner, and from our understanding, the City of Regina may not necessarily require a new owner to register the opening of that school, even though it had ceased operations at some point. So basically what happened was we had applied for our permit. We had engaged with the Planning and Development Department, as well as other individuals from the City of Regina. They had cleared the location. We were told that it was not within offset distances of any sensitive uses, and that the use of retail cannabis was a permitted use for that space. We then went and applied for for our development permit, which was subsequently approved, and then began building out our location. Now, 6 months later, once the build out was nearly done, we received a letter via email from the City of Regina informing us that the development permit was at that point being retracted, and that we should go through this discretionary use process. As I spoke earlier, had we known that this would not have been that this would have been a discretionary use, we would have not proceeded with the application to begin with, nor would we have expended those resources to begin with.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification. That's all I have.
Okay, not seeing any further questions. Thank you. Oh, okay. Councillor Mancinelli, my apologies.
Thank you. Through the chair, I hope I didn't miss this. I was reading for a second. How much did you spend on your renovation?
We spent north of $250,000 on the renovation of the space.
And while you were spending that, you were understanding that you had a permit and ready to go while you were spending the money?
Absolutely. We had a development permit in hand, and in my 15 years of doing this, I have never been in a situation where after a development permit has been issued, especially 6 months after, to have a municipality come back and essentially tell us that it is being pulled at this point because a mistake was made.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bart, for addressing council. And you just have yourself a great day, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, we'll now consider CR 22-80, discretionary use application 2104 Grant Road. Councillor Federa, can you please introduce this report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I bring report CR 22-80, discretionary use application for 2104 Grant Road. RPC recommends that City Council approve the discretionary use application for the proposed development of retail trade, cannabis, and a use at 2401 Grant Road and a Whitmore Park subdivision. Deputy Mayor, can I get a seconder, please? Councilor Bresciani.
Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The applicant proposes to develop a cannabis retail store at 2104 Grant Road. The property is zone high MH, which is a mixed high-rise zone in which cannabis retail store is a discretionary use when within 60 meters of educational facilities. Montessori preschool is within 40 meters from the proposed development. Planning Commission voted 6-3 in favor. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Okay, I have questions from council on this report, and I'm going to go with Councillor Shaw first.
Thank you. Through the chair, we heard from the owner, from Strass, that he had a permit. It was then revoked, and said he had to go through all this. Do we at the city, I mean, we made a mistake. Do we offer any type of compensation or anything back to him, or how did that look? Could you explain that to me? Thank you.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, I might refer this one to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, we can provide some dates and some background on this. So a development permit was issued. The color was correct, and a building permit was issued. And then at the time of the application approvals, we weren't aware that there was a lease for a school site on that site. It's a commercial area, and when we were notified of this through service requests and some folks calling in from the community, we realized that we needed to go through the discretionary use process. We advised the customer of this, and here we are today seeking approval through council, which is the right process to go through when within 60 meters of a school or a preschool. The compensation, that question was asked at Regina Planning Commission, and our legal, our city solicitor answered the question at the time, and I'm not sure if the city solicitor would want to answer that now, but essentially it would be a claim, and we would have to go through that process should the applicant wish to do that. There are other options potentially for the lease. There could be other uses on the site. It's a commercial site, as I said. So there's many options, and we don't know the outcome of what that might look like. So I just might ask if city solicitor might have more to add on that.
Mr. Murray?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That is correct. There would be two separate processes to deal with any administrative error. I can advise council, however, that this is a discretionary use application that's before you. So you should be considering and weighing the criteria that are set out both in the general rules related to discretionary use and then the specific rule that relates to discretionary use for these types of businesses. So it would be two separate paths, but you should consider the criteria within the zoning bylaw for deciding how to deal with this discretionary use. And you have a report in front of you with analysis that supports the discretionary use and the recommendation of Planning Commission. Should council choose not to go down that path, then we would determine what would happen with any claim that might be brought by the unsuccessful applicant. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I guess this is something we can take off of the council floor. I'll ask internally. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So we approved a permit, did not realize that there was a school there, might have been closed. What research do we do to ensure that any business, how you know, if there's a distance and setbacks, because I understand this is not the first, that this mistake does not happen again? Through the chair.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. So you're correct. In terms of administration, we know that mistakes do happen. As part of our process moving forward, site visits are part of our process as we move forward for these types of permits.
Thank you. The business has put $250,000 into a building, into a renovation of a business in our city, and we send them then for the discretionary use. Again, you know, we continually say we're open for business. I would be worried about the other side of the legalities of this, as to the work and the time that they have put into this industry, into this building to set up this business. I think one of the biggest things, and I support this moving forward because this was not their fault, that was ours. And for the dollars that went in, this is just the start. I'm sure there's much more there that needs to go. So I would want to ensure that staff, again, adhere to getting out, taking a look. They've indicated that it's going to be covered and those kinds of things. But I think it's very important that we actually take a look before we do this, because this is quite embarrassing to our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Next we have Councillor Statichuk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor. So The feedback, the community feedback shows that there were 31 people opposed and only 3 in favor. The Whitmore Park Community Association also wrote a letter saying that they are opposed. How much weight does that community feedback give in a case, provide in terms of this particular project? Through the chair.
Thank you, through the chair. So community feedback that is relevant to the application is considered very carefully. A lot of the feedback we heard in this case was in relation to just having a cannabis store in the neighborhood or the location or proximity to the high school. And neither of those issues are actually at question. The question is the distance. The question is the discretionary use in relation to the distance from the Montessori school.
Okay, thank you. In terms of everyone who contacted the city about this issue, were they provided an advance notice of the report and recommendation going to the Planning Commission through the chair?
Through the chair, I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, provided that they gave their full contact and their email and a way for us to contact, we have a process to put everybody on the contact list, and then when the report is published publicly, then they are notified of that, and I believe provided a copy of that. Should they have neglected to provide some of those details where we weren't able to contact them, then they were not able to be put on our contact list.
Thank you. Regarding the owner of the Montessori school, it's been commented in the report, and the owner of the joint shop did also say that that she did not submit a formal submission. Was administration at least in contact with her through the chair?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, yes. Yes, we were.
And can you say a little bit more? Is she opposed, or she doesn't want to formally say one way or the other through the chair?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Deputy Chair, we weren't provided further comment to provide through City Council.
Okay, thank you. I guess my other question is, when something like this is happening, I did get advance notice as the councillor for the ward that it was going to be a discretionary application. So I had already heard from some people in the neighborhood about the project going ahead, and they were wondering how it got approved. And then I was given notice that it was going to be discretionary use application, but I did not get any notice, unless I missed it in an email, that what the recommendation from administration was going to Planning Commission. So is that normally what happens? Does the ward councillor normally know what the recommendation from administration is going to be through the chair?
Thank you, through the
Ms.
chair. Oh, sorry. Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, typically the communication with the ward councillor would provide the information and the recommendations of the administration for the report going through to the Planning Commission. And we will endeavor to improve that communication moving forward if there was a misunderstanding when you were contacted.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just make a few comments now, Mr. Chair. And that is that I am not going to support this application, and I do feel a little blindsided that I didn't know what the recommendation going to Planning Commission was. I tried to reach the owner of the Montessori school, and I didn't get a chance to talk to her. And there were other residents who had contacted me, and I just didn't get the opportunity to contact them to ask them about it. And as we heard from one of the delegations, Catherine, I think that there is a feeling of that this is, a small neighborhood, that they like to have a sense of community, and there's maybe some nostalgia for what it used to be for families, and in terms of the services that were there, and that there is a need for a lot of services in the Whitmore Park neighborhood. They would like to see a lot more different services. And so even though that's not what's at issue here, that the issue is primarily the distance to the Montessori school, the fact that it is only 40 meters away from the Montessori school, I am going to oppose this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Fundura.
Deputy Mayor, I will close the debate, so if anyone else wants to speak, you allow that, and I'll just put the microphone to do the final comments. So if no one else speaks, then I can go then.
Okay, we'll hand it to Councillor Mancinelli then.
Thanks. I just wanted to provide a couple comments. I'm a little bit torn on this because of the response from the community, but understanding the backstory to this, the investment made, and also, I guess in my mind, I don't differentiate so much between cannabis or alcohol as some do. I know in the Northwest we have pubs and breweries right across the street from high schools, and I just can't see the differentiator here in my view, so I will be supporting this.
Okay, we'll allow Councillor Fundura to close the report here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Looking at the map, the delegation mentioned that there is a Our Savior's Lutheran Church right just about on the same parking lot adjacent to the mall. Question to the administration, was that taken account, because we're talking about religious institutions, daycares, schools, within the cannabis bylaw, and speaks of 60 meters. Has that been looked at? Who can answer that?
Thank you.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. If you recall, when we had our conversations about the setback distance, we had a categorized called special, or what did we call them? Sensitive land uses, and the religious institution wasn't included in the sensitive land uses.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And the Whitmore Community Association spoke of being confused on how the permit was allowed to go forward, and so there looks like some confusion. So I hear from the minister saying going forward the site visit will be happening. There's more communication going on. Half of the Whitmore Park residents that were canvassed for, or were half were opposed to this particular cannabis store going into the location. I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 6-3 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, and Zakidniak. And the following voting against are Councillors Fundura, Stadnichuk, and Mole.
Okay, we're 2 minutes away from our mandatory break, so we'll start here at 2:28 and be back at 2:43. Thanks. On the delegation, Mike Hogan and Gord Hipperson. Please come down to have a seat. I assume you're here in person. So I'll get you guys to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address City Council. after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. You guys, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Hogan, the president of Cushman and Wakefield, Regina. We're a commercial real estate brokerage firm here in the city.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gord Hipperson. I'm the owner of 2161 Scar Street and the 2160 and 2158 Scar Street, the two houses that we're seeking rezoning on.
So back about 5 months ago, our office building was built in 1974 when parking requirements were significantly less than they are today. So our 25,000 square foot office building has 13 on-site parking stalls, which today is clearly not enough. The demolition of the two decrepit houses across the street that have asbestos and mold and serious foundation problems would provide another 13 stalls, giving us 26 stalls in total, which is more the norm of parking requirements in the city, offering one parking stall for every 1,000 square feet of office space. Prior to purchasing the buildings, I had a long conversation with Ben Mario. Ben indicated back in 2003, we were the ones that came forth to do the same thing we're doing today. Back in 2003, we just couldn't come to terms on a pricing to purchase the two properties. Fast forward to today, 5 months ago, we were able to buy those properties at the right price, taking into account what the conversion costs are going to be. Quite strict with parking lots. They need to have their own catch basin. They need to be asphalt. They need to be well lit. And parking lots today require a soft landscaping setback off the sidewalk. So not just, bringing, enhancing the parking lot. Certainly better than looking at the two decrepit houses, one that's been boarded up because there was homeless people inhabiting the one property. And also it would support Evan Bray's initiative to have these decrepit houses demolished and replaced with something more appropriate. So one of the other main issues is being in real estate for over 30 years, and primarily my business entails dealing with office buildings downtown. There's a high percentage of female workers, and I can honestly tell you that one of the top of the list is secure parking. The lot across the street provides the parking right outside our front door. Again, it's going to be well lit, electrified, have its own catch basin, and we believe it worthy to grant the demolition permit to complete the parking lot. Those are my only comments. Any additional comments, Gord?
Just that the vacancy rate for Class B office buildings in Regina, which 2161 is about 18%. And one of the big challenges that we have as an owner-operator in downtown Regina. And by the way, our office, Hipperson Construction and Cushman Wakefield's office, the Catholic School Board, Peterson's law firm, they're all in our building. But one of the challenges we have is in the suburbs. There's a flight of qualified tenants to the suburbs, and it's because of parking. I think it's got a lot to do with that. If we didn't secure this parking, we would be competing and walking the 2, 3, 4 blocks in parking lots at 30 below. It makes it challenging for us as a business to operate that way and compete with the suburbs. So it's a net value to downtown. To enhance our property, gives the opportunity to compete with the suburbs.
One additional comment, SAS Power have been the tenant on the main floor and lower level for the last 13 years. So hence, parking wasn't so strained because they had numerous parking lots in the neighborhood already to accommodate their headquarters on Victoria Avenue. Yeah, but since SAS Power moved out back in November of 2021, because they bought the former Affinity Credit Union office building on 13th Avenue in Scarth.
Your 5 minutes is,
Okay.
then I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, and so the parking issue wasn't so pressing just because SAS Power had all their parking stalls in the neighborhood and surface parking stalls in the neighborhood and whatnot to accommodate their headquarters. So, but now it's become very challenging to market the property with a lack of our parking stalls. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I have Councillor Zakidniak, I believe, first.
Thank you. Your last point brought up a question for me. So what has happened to this SAS Power parking now that SAS Power has moved elsewhere? So you were saying it wasn't such a challenge before because of the parking.
We currently have 13 parking stalls, of which SAS Power had 6. The second floor tenants in the building have the other 6. 7? Yeah. So SAS Power had 6 stalls. But again, it goes back to the point. The building was built in 1974, where parking demands were significantly less. That building would not get built today with 13 parking stalls and 25,000 square feet.
Sorry, I don't, so what you're saying, it sounds like to me, is that you have additional parking now that SAS Power is gone. Am I wrong? Can you explain that to me? Because to me, it sounds like you now have access to more parking. because
6.
SAS Power's
There's
gone.
6 vacant stalls. So there's 13 overall.
Right.
And the other users in the building, which is Cushman Wakefield, Hipperson Construction, Peterson Law Firm, Catholic School Board, they occupy 7 of those stalls. So there's currently 6 vacant stalls in the building.
Right, that used to be SAS Power parking.
That's right.
Is there other parking? I think you had mentioned surface parking nearby because of SAS Power.
SAS,
well, no, the SAS Power own those surface parking lots, and they accommodate their employees for their headquarters on Victoria Avenue, and of course the new building that they purchased on 13th and Scarth, which is a 68,000 square foot office building. So, in the end, we have a 25,000 square foot office building with 13 on-site parking stalls.
So my question is,
so that equals 1 parking stall for every 2,000 square feet of office space.
my question is the surface parking lots nearby that SAS Power owned, what has happened to those now?
The SAS Power is just.
They still use them.
They still use them.
But they don't lease them out to third-party vendors or office building owners.
That was my question.
Yeah, no, they don't do that. No, they keep them for themselves, yeah.
Okay.
The tenant has moved out from our building and has moved down to the north end of 2100 block Scar Street, the SAS Power tenant. And so they've kept their off-site parking stalls. They've moved the tenant. So there wasn't a demand when they were my tenant because they had their own parking lots in and around the city.
Great, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. We have Councillor Bresciani next.
Very much. Through the chair, so you indicated that the 25,000 square feet that you have, if you were to rebuild that today, how many parking stalls would there have to be in that?
26. One stall for every 1,000 square feet of office space. So we're at the 50% point. We're way low. Okay. Yeah, that office building wouldn't get approved today by Planning Commission. No, not even close.
Did you say, is it a heritage building, did you say?
Oh,
No,
no.
it's just an old
No, it was originally built in 1974 MLT law firm built it for their own purposes. And, yeah.
Okay, so it originally would be about $26, you said, right?
Sorry?
26, sorry. Did you say originally it should have 26?
If you were to go get a building permit today for a 25,000 square foot office building, you would need a minimum of 1 parking stall for every 1,000 square feet of office space. Okay. That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And so I assume you've been downtown for, obviously your businesses are downtown. You want to remain downtown.
Yeah.
If this did not go through, what would you be looking at, you know, selling, moving out to any other area, or what, like, what's the impact here if this doesn't go through?
Well, before we purchased the properties for approximately $500,000, we did have a conversation, and I've worked with Ben Mario for many years on many other assignments. And Ben, when I talked to Ben about, okay, well, we're going to buy 2 decrepit houses across the street for $500,000. We need to have a reasonable level of comfort that we can tear down those 2 houses and build a parking lot to patronize our own office building. And of course, Ben, if you read the report, it refers to an application back in 2003, and that was us. We were trying to do it. But the owner of the properties at the time, who owned those 2 houses and the 2 apartment buildings adjacent, he kept on moving the target on the purchase price of these 2 houses, asking way too much money. So, well, we just let it go. And, well, SAS Power had all their own parking, so it wasn't too critical, but we knew there would be a day, we'd see this day, and now we're seeing it in 2022. SAS Power move out, and now we have a problem. And so.
I mean, to answer your question, I mean, no, we're not. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be selling the building, I don't think. It would just become very difficult to lease it out. And I mean, our office has been there for quite some time, and I mean, so it just makes it a greater challenge. So.
Can I ask, is this one of the challenges of operating a business downtown through the chair?
Well, this is an example. Yeah, definitely it is, because as an example, Mike showed the space to a tenant, a large firm in the city. I obviously can't say, and they, our rental rate is far more competitive than the suburb rental rates, and significantly more. But the female contingent of that group is afraid of downtown. The place they're in right now, which is downtown, that's why they're moving, because they're not comfortable. And so now they've looked at ours, and we're right beside Central Park. We're 2 blocks from College Avenue. I mean, it's a great location. You're essentially in the park. I don't consider it downtown, but there's still concern. So it's going to be very hard for us to secure them if I have to tell them to go to an M Park on 13th and Rose Street. I mean, it's just an extra hike for people. And at 4:30 or 5:15 on a weeknight in the winter when it's dark, or they're not gonna be a fan, and that's the challenge. And so they said to Mike, we need to go to the suburbs. So yeah, okay. Challenge for sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Next we have Councillor Findura.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming and presenting. You made a comment about to do business, to compete, you need that. Second comment you made about security and all that, and the discussion was there's some parking lots around the area. Can you expand on that?
Well, to compete, I know. Okay, I'll reference to the group that looked at our space that is contemplating going to the suburbs. Both of the one's in Harbor Landing and one is in another strip mall. but they both have surface parking right outside their front door. And so it's convenient and it's safe. And we think that to be competitive, we also need parking right outside our front door. Outside our back door is 13 stalls, well lit. If we had an additional out the front door, we think that would secure the requirements of the tenant, 13 and 6 is 19, they would be happy with that. We think going right across the street is secure in this relative to walking 2 or 3 blocks down the back alley or down Scar Street and in the winter, and that's what will keep us competitive.
Okay, thank you for that. In 2003, Council approved the exemption within the transitional area neighborhood plan. Coming to when you applied for the discretion, or you applied for the parking lot, was that part of your decision to go forward with that? Because at one point it was approved, it's exempt to that. You are allowed to do this.
Well, I mean, yeah, it certainly gave us sort of hope, I suppose. I mean, I've secured the houses, so I'm into it for $500,000. I was obviously very optimistic that report of 2003 would have some weight today, so it definitely influenced me in that investment.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
And there's probably approximately another $100,000 plus in improvements to do the catch basin, asphalt, electrification, lighting. So it's a $600,000 plus dollar investment.
And probably just one other thing to consider is that the city standards for parking lots today are such that there is a setback from the sidewalk. There is a green space enhancement requirement. There's a low-level fencing requirement, and there's lighting. So there's definitely an architectural element that I think enhances neighborhood. I mean, it's not pavement. You don't walk off the curb onto a slab of pavement. There is a buffer, and so it's.
And you're not going to see the cars from the street because they're behind the foliage. They're certainly better than looking at those 2 boarded up houses. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fundura. Next, we have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you for appearing, and through the chair. If I understand correctly, you have an older building that had different parking requirements when it was built. We want our downtown invested in, and we want people down there, this council said many times. My only fear is, what would you say to you get the go ahead for this parking lot? 2 years down the road, you sell the building off and it's sectioned off to another in-park lot or something like that. Is there any danger of that, or can you have any assurances that's not going to happen?
No, one of the conditions is the title of that parking lot will be attached to the title of the office building. We could never sell that parking lot off without the office building going with it.
Thanks, I appreciate it. That's what I needed to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Next, we have Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I am trying to understand the situation, and I did go and do a Google map view of the street so I could understand what property we're talking about.
Yeah.
And it does look like there's 2 smaller houses, which are the ones that probably you bought. Right beside it is already parking lots. So who is that parking for? So it looks like there would have been a house probably torn down and parking.
Are you talking about the parking lot on the south side of those 2 houses?
It's towards an apartment it would be south,
Yeah,
south towards
that's
the apartment.
the parking for the apartment building.
For the apartment,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
And then at the end of the block, that's SAS Power's large surface parking lot.
Okay.
north end of the block.
Now, there's a number of other businesses downtown, like in that area, like just down the street from you, as well as I was going to say the Regina Quappel Health Authority, but it's the Saskatchewan Health Authority now, and the
Yes.
vaccine clinic is there. It's a multi-level building.
Yeah, red brick building, yes.
So I imagine that parking, well, like, do you have any sense of
Well, we
how
own
much
that
available
building
parking?
too. We
Oh,
own
you
that
do?
building, and so, yeah, that's called First Canadian Place at 2110 Hamilton Street and 13th Avenue. It's a 4-story, 60,000 square foot building with 102 underground parking stalls.
Underground.
They're all underground.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Which has a great parking ratio. That's a good parking ratio.
Okay, through the chair, I guess when I'm thinking about the cost of, I mean, it's nice to see an investment in our downtown, but 500,000 is a lot of money for parking lot plus everything you have to do with it. Are there any thoughts that you would want in the future to have a building on there with underground parking instead of just more surface parking lots?
No, well, underground parking's very expensive, so no, I don't think that would make economic sense. But
Footprint's not big enough.
the footprint's not big enough. It's a 50-foot wide lot by 125 deep. It's pretty tough to do underground parking and do a turnaround in there, but for underground. But you know, Gord's owned the building for the better part of 20 years, and sometimes to preserve and maintain the integrity of your office building value, sometimes you have to make a sidebar investment. In this case, it's a parking lot to enhance the marketability of our office building to provide safe parking for primarily the firm is a corporate client of Cushman. I won't say the name, but I'll just say it's a major engineering company. Many female employees. They are absolutely demanding that they're leaving their existing location, and it became such an issue that the engineering firm has said, well, this is becoming an employee retention issue. Like these females are going to go work someplace else. So I mean, it's a real concern, and like I mentioned, my primary broker's business is dealing with office buildings downtown, and it is the #1 thing on the list. Mike, safe parking, lots of parking. Those are the first two. We'll worry about the other details, but the parking for the females is a big issue. Yeah.
Through the chair, there's a couple of things there that I want to follow up on, and one is, I mean, you have a specific need that you want in order to be able to lease office space. You want to have parking nearby. Yet when we look at the city's downtown as a whole, we know that already 40% of the downtown is surface parking lot. So this is contributing to more surface downtown parking lots rather than developing the downtown. So how would you, how can we build the downtown if most of the new applications coming towards us is just for parking lots?
So if my building, so how you build downtown by allowing me to create this parking lot is you keep my building full, and those people walk down to the farmer's market, or they go get a coffee, or they go down to the Tangerine, or they go play frisbee in Central Collegiate Park, or they go for drinks. They exist downtown, and then further to that, they perhaps because of cost of vehicles, lack of vehicles, gas, etc., they live downtown. They work downtown. They live downtown. If they're out in the suburb, maybe they lose that connection with downtown, and so it's definitely a chicken and an egg where you might have to invest in some parking to create some mass. But if it's empty, you don't have it, and if it's only half empty, you don't have it all. When South Power was there, it was fairly vibrant. There was a lot of people, there was lots of traffic in and out of the building at lunch and coffee time and that type of thing and after work, and so that's gone.
Okay. I know there might be others that want to ask questions, so I'll just try to ask one last question, and that is, I don't want to doubt that there would be some that feel that the downtown is unsafe, but do we know how much of that is perception versus reality in terms of having to walk a couple of blocks for your car through the chair?
Our tenants are telling us. Our tenants are telling us very loud and clear. You know, you got 5 months of the year it's cold and it's dark in the morning, dark at night when people are coming and going. And we're considered south of the downtown core. I understand there appears to be adequate parking in the downtown core, but we're not in the downtown core. We've got to we have to walk 3 blocks to a parking lot. And that parking is pretty expensive. It's very expensive, which is a real deterrent. Like the employers are going like, not a chance. So like it's a struggle.
Okay.
Yeah.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I'm just like, because you talked about cost, I do want to ask this question too. Is that when employers provide parking, it's usually a taxable benefit, and or there's a cost. So will people who, if this is approved, would people be paying for their parking?
I mean, you don't know. It's because it'd be, I suppose it's an agreement with the tenant.
Sometimes the employer will pay for employees parking, and sometimes they pay for half of it. Sometimes they don't pay for any of it. So it's that's a bit of a moving target.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Next we have Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. What's the vacancy rate in the office space at 2161 Scout Street?
We're the vacancy is 66%. There's 3 floors, 7,500 each, and we only and just 1 floor is occupied.
Thank you. Yeah. I see a similar proposal was approved in 2003, and it lapsed. Can you, 2 questions, I suppose. Why was it applied for in 2003, and why wasn't the approval utilized to build something similar?
Well, at the time, we tried to buy those 2 properties. They were owned by the same person, but we just couldn't agree on price. It was just way too much money at the time, and so we didn't proceed in closing on those 2 properties.
Great, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I just want to thank you both for addressing council. Oh, okay, a couple more showed up. We'll go with Councillor Hawkins, I believe.
Because I was slow on the button here. I'm going to put something to you directly. This council over the last few years has been deeply worried about the amount of parking downtown. 40% is a number that's often cited. We've talked about environmental matters. We've talked about public transit. We've talked about people living downtown. We've worried about people not considering downtown and fleeing out to the suburbs. Given all that, how does it help us to achieve our objectives by adding new parking lots downtown?
Well, I think it creates a more viable option for a potential user, because if there's parking, the alternative, as I mentioned before, would be for that potential user to exit to the suburbs. And when the Harbor Landing, as an example, so they would go for their lunchtime walks. They would They'd go for coffee, they'd go for lunch, they'd go for dinner after work probably in Harbor Landing. Whereas if there's a small sacrifice with the parking, the tenant comes into my building and they, as I mentioned, they go to Tangerine, they go to Atlantis Coffee, they go to the farmer's market, they eat pizza in the Harbor Tower. I mean, they're more engaged downtown. And also, there's there's quite probably a contingent of, not everyone of the proposed tenants are gonna be driving, and perhaps just they want to work downtown, or they want to live downtown, and if there's an opportunity for them to work there as well, there's a synergy created there. But if they all exit, and I mean, I don't think there's, in my mind, and I own 3 office buildings downtown, and there's no question in my mind that the biggest challenge we have is the suburbs. And if the intent is to make downtown more vibrant, there has to be ways crafted to get people working downtown and maybe not so much in the suburbs. I mean, I'm going to get off topic here, but universities maybe don't need to expand their properties. Maybe they need to occupy vacancies downtown. Schools necessarily don't need to build in different areas. Maybe they need to occupy vacancies downtown, medical clinics, etc. It's definitely, in my view, it's the way that downtowns need to create the future. Is you need to repurpose what's going on, and so, but you need mass, and so, I mean, one of our proposed tenants is a specialty school, which would be off the norm. I mean, not a business, but a school. So
private school, yeah.
And they love the park, they love the bus routes, and but there's also some teachers, so that probably drive. And so, I mean, that's my perspective.
Is there pretty good bus service that serves your buildings that you're renting space in?
You know, I don't know the bus routes that well. I don't think there's a bus going down Scarth. You would probably have to walk to catch a main line without question. You'd have to walk 2 blocks to the east to Broad Street, which is a major line. So that would you would go down 14th 2 blocks to where London Drugs and whatnot is, and that's a main line going north and south, and then it would pick up east and west.
You may have gone over this, but I didn't understand. In your buildings at the moment, what's the square footage and how much of it is it rented?
There's 3 floors. Each floor is 7,500 square feet, so 22,500 of rentable, and a third of that is currently under lease. And
is that historically the case, or is it just currently the case?
No, it was since I think
December 21.
And up until then, it's been occupied.
It's been occupied.
Yeah.
And it's been occupied while you had parking stalls outside the back. Is that right? Did you say 13 or?
Yep.
Okay.
The main the tenant that has been the most recent tenant, SAS Power, who has had the longest tenure in that building since I've owned the building. They didn't require, they had opportunities within the neighborhood, SAS Power owned parking lots that they could go to, in addition to the 6 stalls that we allocated to them. And they still have that opportunity because all they've done is move their people from my building down the block to the corner to the Affinity, used to be I call it the Affinity building, 14th and Scarth, southeast corner.
How much parking is there in the neighborhood?
Not enough. I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you both for addressing council, and I'll ask that you please return to the gallery now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now consider item CR 22-81, contract zone 2158-2160 Scar Street. Councillor Fundera, can you please introduce this report?
You got me on? Perfect. Deputy Mayor, I bring report CR 22-81, contract zone at 2158 and 2160 Scar Street. RPC recommends the City Council approve the application to rezone the properties at 2158 and 2160 Scar Street from DCD CS Center Square Direct Control District Zone to Contract Zone, and approve contract zone agreements between the city applicant and the owner of the properties. Mayor, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. The applicant is looking to develop 13 stalls paved parking lot on the property. These 13 stalls will provide parking for the existing office building at 2160 Scar Street. The additional parking is necessary to enhance the marketability of the office building to prospective tenants. This parking lot will be restricted to the occupants of the office building at 2161 Scar Street. There is a direct policy support for the proposed development in the transitional area neighborhood plan. The proposed development does comply with previously approved exemption in the TANP within the OCP. Administration reviewed and recommends approval. Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Any questions from council on this report? I have Councillor LeBlanc first.
Thank you. Do we know in an average weekday in downtown how many of the downtown in-park spots are occupied? In-park or other for-profit parking corporations?
Ms. Bride.
Thank you, through the chair. To the best of my knowledge, no, we do not have that information.
Through the chair, do we have any information which would suggest that there is a lack of in-park or other private parking space availability in the downtown?
Thank you, through the chair. I don't think that we have any direct information that would provide that. However, we do know that most developments do have it, as we saw in the parking report that came forward a while back. Most developments do kind of overbill for parking at this time. Lots of companies like to provide parking for their staff close by their place of business.
Thank you. I want to just direct to page 4 of 5 of the report that went to RPC. Under the zoning bylaw, the first paragraph there indicates this property presently has 12 on-site parking stalls compared to at least 18 stalls required under the current zoning bylaw. I previously heard from the delegation under the current zoning bylaw it would be 26 stalls required. Can anyone confirm that this is in fact accurate? It would be 18 under the current bylaw.
Ms. Bride?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, this is accurate.
Thank you. I'm not going to support this. I hear the delegation. I appreciate that they have 2/3 vacancy. I just think the central proposition that we make our downtown more dynamic by having more surface parking just doesn't make a lick of sense. I think the way we enhance our downtown is by having more people, more buildings, and so on, and we don't achieve that by surface parking lots. I think that also this business of getting more people downtown also supports the safety issue they've raised of people who are nervous to walk 2 or 3 blocks, which one might put at 4 or 5 minutes. I think you enhance that by having more people downtown. and you get more people downtown by not having surface parking lots. So I'm not able to support this, largely for the reasons actually identified in the public consultation. So I'm looking at Appendix B to what was provided. We heard from people including poor use of land in our downtown core neighborhood. Parking is an inefficient use of land that undermines transit options, failure to develop density. We already have too many parking lots and so on. I think the public's right on this. People want us to not continue to propagate these downtown parking lots. I don't think these get us to our goals, so I'll be opposed to it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Next, we have Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So at Planning Commission, I just wanted to note, my notes, according to my notes, I think there was 9 people at that meeting. 4 people were opposed, and it did pass, but with a vote of 5-4. So it was a controversial item at Planning Commission. And at Planning Commission, I did ask how many parking lots are in the immediate vicinity. And what I have in my notes is that there are 15 parking lots in the immediate vicinity. Can I have someone from administration just confirm that?
Ms. Bride?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is correct. So, but what we don't know is how many of those are like in-park type parking lots that are available for public parking versus private parking lots.
Okay. Okay, now also, sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. So, you know, as stated in the report, this would be exclusively for those who are working in the office building. And so I did a bit of math. If we calculate a typical 9 to 5 Monday through Friday work week, that might be 45 hours, which means that this space, the parking lot would, or the what's proposed to be a parking lot would be unused 123 hours a week. And so when we think about downtown vibrancy and having folks downtown, I don't think having a space that's empty much more than it is utilized in a week helps create the people and the presence necessary to help ensure that we have a vibrant and safe downtown. I also agree with, I was going to note some of the issues identified in the public consultation summary. I won't do that. Councillor LeBlanc's already done that. But I did also want to note, when a case is made that we need a parking lot right outside the office building because people are uncomfortable walking downtown, and then the case is made that we need this parking lot because people are uncomfortable walking downtown, but these same people are going to walk to the farmer's market and walk to have lunch, and we're talking about broad daylight in either case. So how do these same people who are scared to park a couple blocks away then feel secure to walk around and explore downtown and add that vibrancy? So that doesn't really add up to me in terms of a compelling case to support a new parking lot when we have an overabundance of parking lots downtown. I appreciate the difficult position of the applicants. I understand that as business owners, they're trying to figure out how to best get additional tenants, but I'm going to respectfully disagree that this is the way to do so. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Next, we have Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin with a question to the administration. I wonder if you can comment on bus service, public transit to this area.
Mr. Onright.
Through the chair, so there is bus service going north-south on Hamilton and Lorne. So a little closer than the 2 blocks the delegation had referred to.
So would you say 5 minutes walking distance? Would that be a fair guess?
Yeah.
Thank you. we have a ton of parking spaces downtown. And at some point, we're going to have to break out of the model that says we're going to tear down houses in the downtown and build parking lots. I think that what we want to do is encourage people to live downtown. I think we want to encourage people to take public transit when they're coming downtown. I think that we want to be wary of setting precedents in one-off cases, which end up meaning that our downtown is blotted with parking lots all over the place. The delegation indicated that their vacancy rate is high right now. That's true in all of downtown, partly due to COVID. They indicated, however, that historically their vacancy rate had been much better. I'm not convinced that with proper management of the parking stalls they have, with a proper regard for what will be available parking spaces downtown. And by the way, the administration might do well to find out how much impound or public parking is available in the parking that we know is there. I'm not convinced that this is really necessary to make those buildings viable. I think that we really do, if we want to walk the walk of 2050, if we want to be environmentally conscious, we have to start with cases like this and say, we're going to do things a bit differently. And so I'm not able to support this either. I don't think the right direction to go in this city is to create more parking spaces downtown.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Next, we have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, to administration, have we had, when we've had some conversations with downtown regarding safety, has that been something that's been a continual discussion around safety in the downtown, through the chair?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say that yes, that's a regular conversation with Regina Downtown and the Regina Police Service.
Thank you. I see this a little bit differently than others I've heard from today. It's the safety piece that struck out for me as a woman who, if I had to work downtown at night, if I had to try and access transit late at night, depending on the job. If I was someone who was looking to put a business downtown, that would be a deterrent for me. If I could not have parking, I would not go there. We always say we want to get our downtown vibrant. We want it, people down there. But, if we continue to buck this, it'll be empty. Because it's not economically viable for a business, especially if safety is a concern. And I've heard that over and over and over. We talk constantly about how can we get our city vibrant? What can we do for our downtown? We're looking at city facilities. We're looking at infrastructure. And we have businesses here that say, I've got 2 levels vacant. I'm short on parking stalls. And if I were to rebuild this building, I would have to build more parking stalls to that build, for that square footage. I'm worried if we say no, the time will come where we will see more and more empty buildings, and that's why I asked the question, what happens if they don't get 2 levels? We'll see another building downtown for sale, if that's what we want. I get these are one-offs, but I think we really have to be careful by just saying a slate, we're not approving anything. We got enough parking. We got lots of parking, but as we heard, everybody's got their own parking. SAS Power's got their own parking. And not everybody can afford to pay for in-park every day. Some may take transit, but some won't. If I'm an owner, I need to drive. I may need to pick up my kids. I need to go for groceries. I may not be able to get on a bus. As we see people will take a bus one way and the other I may have to get a ride. It's not feasible. And I don't think we should be putting that on people. We need to get our downtown going. Leave it there. I support the recommendation from planning.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Next, we have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Question for administration through the chair. The delegates made a comment on tying the titles of the two properties together. Can you just comment on the legality behind that? Is that a thing? How that would work?
Thank you
Ms.
through the
Bryden?
chair. Go ahead, sorry. Thank you through the chair. I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Through Deputy Mayor, the contract zone would ensure or specify that the parking lot was used by the office building. A contract zone is accompanied by an agreement that's entered into by the city and the owner of the property, and it's registered on title. So that would be specified through a contract or an agreement that's registered on title.
Thank you for that. Just some comments from there. I don't think any business owner or property owner actually likes to build parking lots, especially when they have a current building. I'm sure that north of $500,000 could go into lots of other investments in that building, but apparently this is important enough that that's what they're looking at doing to fill their building with tenants. I agree with a lot of Councillor Bresciani's comments on our downtown. I don't like parking lots in our downtown either, but more so when they pay for themselves over time and continue to increase in value and just collect for fees. This parking lot suits a purpose to keep a building that's already built in our downtown to use, to make sure that it doesn't lack tenants, and to make sure that 15 years from now, it's not a decrepit building because it doesn't have the investment funds needed to properly facilitate the manager, to properly look after the asset and manage it properly. When I look at invigorating the downtown, I think this would be a smart move in my eyes to make sure that building continues to go to use. The delegates made some comments about businesses and organizations going out to the suburbs to have some of their problems answered. I've seen those popping up, and yeah, they all do have the parking. They talk about the price point to rebuild this building in downtown to house that many people, and to sign the lease on a new building would be considerably more money per square foot for the leases. So it's a valuable commodity because of the age and the price behind it and how it can offer itself out to the public. So I'd rather make that a viable asset and invigorate the downtown. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question for administration, and it is, I know that there's a report on intensification that's going to be coming to council, but is there going to be something specifically, any reports coming specifically to address parking in the downtown or parking policy? Do we have anything that would be coming up shortly?
Ms. Bryden?
Or the near future?
Thank you through the chair. Currently, we do not have anything specifically for the downtown related to parking. We are doing work with Regina Downtown on visioning for the downtown. We do have, of course, the report that you mentioned that is now slated to come forward to council in September that addresses some intensification items in relation to revitalization and building, but no specific downtown parking report that I'm aware of. Ms. Dawson might have something to add.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, we actually have a parking report that was tabled earlier this spring, and it just will provide council with some information in general about parking in different areas of our city. We do look at parking downtown and parking in greenfield areas and parking ratios, and provide some background information on what other cities are doing. So, that might be an opportunity for discussion.
Oh, and excuse me through the chair, when would that be coming? Is it not set, but like Q3 of this year or?
Ms. Bryden?
So that report is currently scheduled for September. So just to highlight, it isn't specific to downtown. It's kind of parking in general, but that
Yeah. Okay. And another question through the chair is to do a parking lot now, what was mentioned in the report was that they would have to do some screening, I guess it is, some vegetation so that you don't notice from the street, you don't notice the parking lot as much. That isn't the case for any of the other downtown surface parking lots. Is this a new requirement? And is there any possibility it would be extended to other parking lots as well?
Ms. Brad?
Thank you through the chair. So I will refer this one to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this area is in the transitional area, and there's specific policy within the transitional area neighborhood plan that kind of prescribes how parking lots should be developed. It's separate from the downtown plan. In addition, we provided information from the developer about what they're proposing, landscaping, fencing, and a walkway within the front 3 meters to enhance and provide that visual impact on the streetscape.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, there was a lot of mention about safety. I do know that there are a lot of senior high-rise complexes in the area. Do we have any sense of safety issues in the downtown area?
Ms. Brad?
Thank you. Through the chair, as I mentioned to Councillor Bresciani, previously there have been conversations with Regina Downtown, with RPS related to safety in the downtown, but I can't give you any specifics related to statistics.
All right. Well, I'll just make some comments now. I have no further questions, but just when Regina hosted the Federation of Canadian Municipalities at the beginning of June, there's a number of people who stayed in our downtown from other cities, and one of the things that struck them was the fact that we have so many downtown, so many surface parking lots in our downtown, and they found that, somewhat shocking. I am looking forward to seeing what other cities do in terms of policy, in terms of trying to, spur more development, because we want to see development, but I'd rather see the development going into, needed buildings, residences, businesses, rather than additional parking lots. I think it's important for our image as a city. It's important when tourists come to visit that they see a vibrant downtown. And I also think that more parking lots kind of contributes to perceptions of danger. If you're not around people, you're not around a business, you have to walk past a lot of empty parking lots at night. I think you'd feel a lot safer if you could just walk into a building, walk into a restaurant. So I am not going to be supporting this.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Councillor Fundura, would you like to close the debate?
So Deputy Mayor, I will. Thank you. Through you, we heard that we need to create balance. We're talking about downtown, and we heard that this is in a transitional area. This is not downtown. I understand the meaning of both of these words. We're looking at a business. We're talking about we want to create more vibrancy into our region, in our area. So let's call it between College Avenue, Saskatchewan Drive, Albert Street, and Broad Street. To me, if we say no to this, that's not, I understand parking lots, but this is specific to what this business is trying to achieve. And our vibrancy and creating that, we need to support our business. Our business is asking, business has been moving out of downtown. We have created lack of downtown parking. We've allowed big buildings to go there with providing no parking. Businesses are struggling in there. We went on tour of different cities to see what is it that they are doing and what we are not doing. I believe we're going to be talking about the policies. We're going to be talking about office policies, other things. We need to really wrap ourselves around that. I believe if we say no, yeah, the building might sell. I mean, they exactly. So we're going to create more vacancies. This is a small price to pay, especially this is not directly downtown. It is kind of, but it's not. And I think we need to hear and listen to our business owners. We want to retain those tax-paying dollars here in our city. I feel that that's not the way to do it. That dollar is leaving, and that's my worry. And we've seen that, and we need to do something because we've seen that happen. The dollar's going elsewhere. So I know that there are certain things that we want to achieve, but I don't think we're going to achieve it by saying no to a small little piece of land to provide a stable business opportunities to the tax-paying folks. So I thought about this, and it's important for us to understand that and realize what we are trying to achieve here. I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 6-3 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mancinelli, and Mole. And the following voting against are Councillors LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, and Zakidniak.
Okay. We have Autumn Dawson from administration here. We'll give a PowerPoint presentation for report CR 22-84, density targets for new neighborhoods. Delegations will present after the presentation is complete. Members of council may not ask questions of administration until after the delegations have presented and the report has been moved to the floor for consideration. So I'll hand it to Ms. Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mole and members of council for allowing us to present today on this important issue. We wanted to do a quick overview of the report for your consideration today. With me online is Michael Kotcher, Senior City Planner, and with me in the gallery is Luke Grazier to help me answer questions that you may have to the administration. So the density report before you today provides a response to a motion that council made in August of 2021. The report before you provides information on how our current density target was established, an analysis of the implications of potentially changing the target, and a summary of the public and stakeholder engagement that we undertook to get here today. There is also recommendations for City Council to consider. The current policy within the city's official community plan directs that new neighborhoods within the 300K growth areas identified on the growth map, which I'll show you in the next slide, are to achieve a minimum gross population density of 50 persons per hectare. And that's what we're discussing today. So this current policy came into effect in 2014 with the adoption of Design Regina. The density policy supports other city policies that are somewhat interconnected, such as the complete communities as a community priority to ensure that there's a mix of housing forms and supporting services like transit and economic development through local commercial, as well as guidance on the population growth within the city through the growth plan. This report comes at a good time. We should be reviewing how we're doing, if we're achieving targets we've set for ourselves, and reviewing what other cities are doing since we've last reviewed, and we're happy to present to you our findings today. Before we dive in too far, we just wanted to show you a visual of where the policy applies. So you'll see on your map that there's orange areas. Those are identified as our new neighborhoods within that 300K. So those are the areas that we're talking about, and this is where the density targets apply. The new neighborhoods include areas such as Coopertown, north of McCarthy lands in the northwest, Westera, lands north of Westera in the west, and some of the southeast neighborhood. Most of these areas have not fully developed, and therefore it is hard to provide a full set of data for you today on these new neighborhoods, but we have some in the report based on the current growth scenarios in those areas. So when adopted, the policy did not retroactively apply to developing areas that were approved under the former OCP. So those were areas like Harbor Landing, the Greens on Gardners, and the Creek. Those were developed under our former density policies. The policy also does not apply to our intensification area, which is essentially those established areas within the interior of the ring road. So we know we do have work to do on our intensification goals, as we've been discussing here at council and through our conversations with the public. And but we are specifically discussing today is the new neighborhood density target. So for background, the 50 people per hectare that was adopted through Design Regina is a slight adjustment from where we were with our previous development plan that had a minimum target of 44 persons per hectare. The increase from 44 to 50 was viewed as a realistic and it was supported by industry and developers that were already achieving or surpassing the 50 people per hectare in our planned communities. At that time, staff reviewed existing concept plans like Harbor Landing, Greens on Gardner, and the Creeks, as well as some of the preliminary plans that we had for Coopertown and Westera when the policy was adopted. The Design Regina project team also did best practice research to see what other cities had, and many cities had minimum, and 50 people per hectare was seen as a baseline, especially for supporting transit. So for this report, we did do another jurisdictional review, and we have some findings. Most cities do have a density target for new neighborhoods, and cities plan for and measure density differently. So you'll see in your report that it was somewhat difficult for us to provide you a good comparison because they weren't apples to apples, but we did our best, and we can certainly answer some questions on those. So how does Regina compare? We're most comparable to Saskatoon, and we understood that we're not as aggressive as cities like Calgary, Edmonton, and other mid-sized cities in Ontario. We also did note that Kelowna doesn't have a target, but they have recently adopted a new official community plan that limits suburban neighborhoods, and they will finish off developing the ones that they have, and then there's some limitations there from what we understand in reading their information. And Winnipeg doesn't have a target, and they do leave it for market demand. So the stakeholder consultation process did provide us some clarity, but the answers were divided between those wanting the target maintained and those wanting a change. It was apparent through the responses received that there does seem to be a disconnect of what people want, such as a single family home in a low density neighborhood, and what they can afford. So affordability had a lot to do with the way that communities are developing. As indicated in the report, we did a special session with the development community. Most are following the policy already and have found that the market and affordability, as mentioned, was what was influencing people on how they were purchasing new homes or renting. There is a small segment of our stakeholders that did indicate a desire for more flexibility. Through careful consideration of all impacts, administration is recommending some flexibility to allow for unique situations where the minimum target of 50 people per hectare cannot be achieved. You may have noticed that after the release of the report, there was a concern brought to the forefront that this might be potentially be considered a loophole. That was not the intention at all, and to address those concerns, we would offer the following. The proposed official community plan amendment would provide council the authority to waive density targets requirements under certain unique development situations. If approved, this will allow flexibility to consider very rare situations where perhaps a piece of land isn't able to be connected to transit, or there's other physical barriers that we may want to consider this flexibility, and they can't fit into what we would normally consider a neighborhood context. Where council deems it beneficial that residential densities dip below the 50 persons per hectare, this policy would allow for that flexibility. Any application would need to demonstrate through a rigorous review that council is satisfied that the unique features of the site would make the site challenging to meet the density target of 50 people per hectare. This is a minor amendment, we feel, and it's not anticipated to be applied broadly, and there's only one instance that administration is aware of, which is noted in the report, in the near future where this could apply. Administration does not believe this will undermine the OCP growth objectives. So the recommended option before you is essentially status quo while adding that flexibility that I've just discussed. The current density target supports City of Regina's priorities of being an inclusive, environmentally and financially sustainable community and creating a vibrant community. The recommended option maintains the current policy while adding this flexibility, and overall the proposed policy change is anticipated to have minimal impact as it's expected to be used in unique circumstances. So our next step, should you agree with our recommendations, we will continue to work with our developers to ensure that there's a range of housing types and densities within concept plans and new neighborhood plans, ensuring that there's housing for all income levels and meets the needs of all our residents within the city. We'll continue to ensure our goal of achieving complete communities is fulfilled and Regina continues to be a great place to live, work, and play. Through the upcoming review of growth policies within our OCP, we'll look to provide more guidance on where different densities would be perhaps more appropriate within the neighborhood context. For example, high density growth along major corridors and low density growth may be more suitable for local roads. And with that, we feel like the proportions and the location of the densities may be a better fit within the community context. And I believe we need to hold the questions until the end, and when we have it, turn back over to the administration.
Okay. Now I'm going to call upon, just hold on. Okay, now I'd like to call upon Stu Niebergall. You can come down and have a seat. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and you have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members of Council may have for you. Go ahead, Stu.
Region Home Builders Association. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association supports the City of Regina's administration's recommendations in the density report to maintain the overall intent of the current policy while allowing for concept plans and secondary plans to establish a density requirement based on circumstances. As the report states, through the secondary or concept planning process, it may be reasonable to allow for the lower density requirements for certain areas based on unique circumstances. The example provided in the report, which Autumn had just reiterated, the lands located adjacent to Joan Goulet Golf Course and Pinky Road is most likely the only lands in the city's growth plan that this policy would change effect as the OCP manages growth up to a population of 300,000 people. This location is small and would never meet the criteria for a complete community, yet can provide a certain level of opportunity for specific housing options in our overall community. This recommendation simply gives council and future councils flexibility moving forward. I think what can be difficult for people who don't follow the minutiae of this subject, density targets are not a magic eraser that solves or imposes catastrophic outcomes. It is simply another tool in evaluating environmental, affordability, and urban planning characteristics. As an example, 55 people per hectare will not automatically get people onto public transit, and 45 people per hectare does not mean a neighborhood would not necessarily have enough riders to support transit. 55 people per hectare without any other initiatives will only have a marginal impact at best on the city's energy and sustainability goals, while 45 people per hectare with other initiatives, say building to net zero, would have a significant better outcome. We should not treat density targets as an ideology, but as what it really is, a number. Our association suggests it is the merits of a project, large or small, that are what needs to be considered. This motion allows a minor level of discretion to create potential new opportunities to reach other civic goals. All at the final approval of first city administration, and then the planning commission, and then finally city council, a carrot instead of a stick. If this motion passes, the options to lower the density target to 40 or 45 people would provide some increased flexibility, which is always appreciated by our industry. If this item is tabled and is included in the 2023 OCP review, it can be addressed. Regardless, the market is going to provide at or above current target of 50 people per hectare already. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Okay, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Stu, for coming. So the reason this whole discussion got going was because hearing from in our OCP, it asks and ensures that we need to have housing, all types of housing. And so the market has changed. So everything is deemed by the market. Can you elaborate on that as to the types of housing and the single family now that maybe because of COVID, and doesn't mean it has to be a wide lot, but how is there a demand for single family at this time and affordability on that as well? Through the chair.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. You know, there is no doubt since the OCP was first written that many things have happened, and some of those have been, you know, supportive of density. You know, at the very same time, I mean, this is a North American phenomenon, maybe even a world phenomenon. One of the things the pandemic certainly did was cause people to really, at all levels, reconsider how they live their lives in their homes. And one of the dominant features is wherever you are, you seem to want more square footage than what you had before. And that has tentacles into all sorts of different public policy as people are looking to commute, work virtually, work from home, looking for those additional spaces. So yeah, the demand for single detached homes has certainly been on the rise in North America during this period. At the same time that is happening, inflation is, you know, rampant. I mean, we just saw the Bank of Canada raise interest rates by a full % today. I mean, that'll add on a $400,000 home. You know, I'm just guesstimating in my head, probably a mortgage add about $260 a month to your mortgage payment. So the reality is, and this is pre these announcements, our own calculations from 2021, is that as much as the market is wanting single detached homes, you know, less than 20% of current buyers in the market in Regina, not yet alone Canada, can afford a single detached home. At the very same time, that's not a market that can be fully ignored. There is a demand for single detached homes, and you know, we should want to achieve a certain level about this. I think the thing again for council to really take away from the conversation, and it goes very much back to Ms. Dawson's you know, report there. I mean, the industry is again still performing above 50 people per hectare right now. The new neighborhoods are the most dense neighborhoods that we've built in the last 50, 60, 70 years in this city. And again, there may be one tiny you know, example where we wouldn't be meeting this policy. And in fact, there's actually two that you know, could be applicable, except one of them's in the 235 K lands, which is owned by the city, that this would make sense, and so the policy doesn't apply to that. You know, so there's some real nuances here, but yeah, I mean, you want as many housing options as possible, and I think the city is and this council's been working at trying to deliver those for the most part. As an example, the decision to approve backyard suites, right? It's forming another housing option for people that allow people to self-select into what they can afford and how they want to choose to live their lives.
Thank you. When the 50 person per hectare came through the chair years ago, I understood it was, prior to that was 25, it was half. I heard today was 40, and I've heard 40. I've heard other numbers thrown around. Do you think the general public actually understands? All they see is like high density housing now. Do you think they really understand that neighborhoods like Wascana View and Windsor Park and all of these where you've had traditionally single family homes, that since 2012 and 13, those are prohibited now? So it's more of a now where we've looked at it and said, we have to meet a hectarage of 50 person, and so we need to build a neighborhood around that. Do you think the public is aware of that?
Well, you know, I think there is a really good answer to that as part of your intensification report that hasn't didn't get past executive council or was tabled. But you know, in there is the the market research that the city administration had done through Intelligence House. That you know, on a side note, when that was released and we've had a review of that, you know, I was really pleased at how well that aligned with our white paper that we had provided earlier this year called Accommodating Growth. How much those were aligned, but you know, in the summary there, it does actually speak to this in two different ways. One is it definitely shows that the vast majority, or it's not the vast majority, over 50% of the public there aren't loving the level of density in these new neighborhoods. And you know, in the research, it does describe that you know, as a result of that, you know, much of that market will show up in the existing footprint, buying up the existing resale homes that are in the marketplace. You know, that's a short-term Band-Aid. In the long term, the resale market is going to get filled, right? Those units are going to be gone. And, you know, the challenge with, you know, the policies and sometimes in other marketplaces, that anything that limits supplies really is going to make that resale market prices escalate exceptionally, you know, exceptionally high. And, you know, according to an article in the Financial Post and Money Mite recently, you know, in June 1st, I mean, Regina actually now has the lowest housing prices of any major city in the country. That is worth something to protect. So, I guess I'm a little bit off topic there, but gives you some additional context.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Of course, this is going to be, you know, considered as maybe a one-off if there's a small piece of land that's not connected to a community, I guess, neighborhood plan. And do you see the value in almost that piece? So at least that could be a potential option I think, again, I've heard that this is gonna just take off like wildfire and could open up a whole bunch of, you know, single-family homes and will kind of work against our sustainability. Do you see that happening?
Yeah, no, not at all. And two quick points I want to make on that. One is, talking to the development community, which would be DREAM, which actually would be the City of Regina Land Development Group. It would be Forrester, Harvard, et cetera. I mean, those are really the major ones in the market right now. I mean, whatever decision you make today, nobody's racing back here trying to redo their concept plans to achieve that. Again, the pro forma doesn't push us in that push the industry in that marketplace. The market is performing well above that. But let's worst case scenario this as an example. Worst case scenario that let's say they all do come back, right? First of all, it's got to get through the administration. So there's safeguard one. Then it's got to get through the planning commission. There's safeguard 2. Then it's got to get through city council. There's safeguard 3. But this is what I want you to kind of think about that. Let's take that special study area, and I have no idea. I haven't talked to the owner of that land to know what their plans are. But let's say they came up with a very unique idea for that land. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say hypothetically, we want to build a net zero subdivision, right? But to make the math work for us, it was going to be at 45 people per hectare, right? Like, would council not want to see that? Would not they want at least have the opportunity to discuss that and see if that's a better fit? Yeah. If you don't allow any flexibility in the system, a project like that never even gets to city council. You never even hear about it.
Last question, and if we don't have that option, where do you see these potential taxpayers going, through the chair?
Well, I think one of the discussion pieces that showed up, really kind of framed, some of the larger homes and single detached homes as McMansions. Yes. And, I mean, that's a fairly, I don't actually know what that means, right? A McMansion. What square footage makes a McMansion? Exactly. But I do think people often think maybe that might be a larger, where you see larger homes, like in a community like the Creeks, right? Mm-hmm. And then I think about that, when a CEO of a new company or of a company that the city's invested economic development Regina to attract here, they come to Regina to start their business or move their office here. And then we are telling them, you shouldn't be building a large house here. Exactly. Or I think of a specialist at the hospital who, again, may have come to Regina, providing healthcare services to us. And by the way, they've got 3 generations, living within that large home. I mean, is that a McMansion? I mean, I don't know what it is. What I do know is there is a market for single detached homes. Some of them are very small, some of them are very large. Stats Canada just came out with new data this morning that's really worth taking a look at. How in the last 5 years, I guess the 6 years since the last census, again, how the landscape has changed. And the amount of people who are now multiple families in Canada living in single detached units. It has dramatically expanded. Multi-generational housing now makes up 7% of the Canadian households. Yeah. So there are market pressures, that are certainly happening here. And it's why, again, a city like Regina really wants to, how we can really exceed is by making sure there's lots of housing options and lots of housing choices. And there's nothing here in the report today and the direction city administration is taking that would stop any of those options from happening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. We have Councillor Stanchuk next.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Hello.
Hello.
A question to follow up on. There was a stat in the report that apparently comes from your organization that only 19% of consumers in Regina can afford a mortgage for a single detached dwelling based on household income.
Yeah.
Can you clarify, is that a new build or that would be any home, like
That would be-
including resale?
That would be any home in the marketplace, and that was a calculation we did in 2021.
So
You
if,
know, it would have changed now because of everything that changed this
Right.
spring related to housing.
yeah, so if we're looking at new builds, would that number even be less? Like, I don't know what the average cost of a new single detached home would be.
Yeah, you know, I think the latest numbers from the Saskatchewan Real Estate Association, again, I'm gonna be off by a few $1,000s, probably puts a new home, an existing home in, you know, average, a single detached would be in that kind of 325, maybe to 350 range. And, you know, I think on a new build, you know, a simple 1,500 square foot, maybe 13 to 1,500 square foot home, again, depending on finishing and choices and all of those factors. But, you know, you're probably in that kind of starting 450, you know, to 550 range will get you into single detached home. We still have some of the most attractive prices in the country in both of those particular markets. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask, just because both you and the report from administration mentions the Joanne Goulet Golf Course and those lands. So you said that there are no development plans as far as you know for those lands yet? Are they waiting for this to be passed before?
Yeah, you know, I don't really know where the landowner, you know, is on that. I know they have talked about wanting to take something, you know, forward, you know. You know, this would probably, again, as I say, be the one example. If they have something else intended, you know, that would probably it. For me, the visualization for this really is actually the city lands, which is a better example around now again, the policy doesn't apply, but around the cemetery, you know, on Assiniboia Avenue and the Ring Road. I mean, it's a very narrow lot. I think it's 60 or 80 acres of land, so it's a very small piece, you know. I mean, it would be a very good subdivision, you know, from on all fronts, and probably even from a cost to service, to get single detached housing, you know, in there. To get 50 people per hectare into that small piece of land, I think probably would add a significant amount of servicing challenges. Traffic problems on Assiniboia Avenue, you know, you'd have probably lots of NIMBYism, you know, that pops up, you know, sort of thing. So again, why would a city, why would a council want to handcuff itself in those decisions? Let a proposal come up on merit, right? You know, you do that all the time on discretionary zoning, all the time. You know.
Okay. I guess my last question through the chair was just that I noticed in terms of the stakeholder feedback that information was sent to 120 stakeholders that would have been, I think, in the development real estate business, but only 22 responded. Is this, do you see this as a very big concern in the development community?
You know, to be as frank as could be, I was going to just submit a letter because this is just such a non-issue, right?
Okay.
You know, right now, because again, we're building above that period. And then when I found, you know, with some of the other delegates, you know, pieces and some of the communications there, which I completely respect their viewpoint, but this is not a big ideological, you know, discussion. This is a very tiny item, you know, that allows as I've tried to share in my presentation, you know, a small level of discretion. You know, the OCP is not getting blown up today, irregardless of what your decision is, to table it, to approve it, to say no, we're not willing to move an inch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Mancinelli. Yes, correct, we are. Would you like to finish the delegation and then go to the break? Sure. Okay, we'll go for a mandatory break. I'm fine with that. And we'll come back at 4:34. He may have left the, oh, there we are. There's Stu. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Lots of experience in our city, and I just wonder if I could get you to comment. As these density targets came about, much of them affect Coopertown. I believe this is the first subdivision planned or division planned with these targets in mind for the whole plan. Harbor Landing and the expansion of the greens were more of a retrofit idea. Do you think this will have an effect for a really cohesive neighborhood and a positive outcome?
Yeah, I mean, I think again, you know, as I keep stating today, I mean, the market is, you know, the market is performing above, you know, this 50 people per hectare. I can't speak for Dream, you know, who is the developer of Coopertown, but you know what I've observed from that. I mean, it's going to be an excellent neighborhood. It's going to be above the 50 people per hectare. It's going to house a lot of the growth of our city in the future. Those are all good good things, right?
Yeah. Just to follow up to make sure I heard you right, for one of the outcomes as well from how things are developing in the city, people in the historic neighborhoods where we didn't have any real density targets and they were very not dense, their equity should rise in their homes. Many people want what was previously built, but it's no longer feasible. That demand should continue and see people having an increase in the value of what they currently own. Is that the wrong thing to understand from what you said?
Well, you know, I think that is really tricky, and I think there's lots of learnings through this pandemic around the implications of housing. You know, recently the Housing Continuum Network, which we are a part of, released a report in terms of housing supply in Saskatchewan. That was really reaffirmed by CMHC just recently. Also did a report, and that was very separate from the Housing Continuum, and the numbers, you know, almost aligned, you know, spot on. And so, you know, I think the magic secret in terms of, you know, not overinflating housing prices, doing what you can to stay as affordable as possible, you know, within the marketplace, is for, you know, governments to always ensure, you know, supply is always slightly ahead of demand, right? As soon as you start to create a situation where demand is greater than supply because you haven't anticipated enough supply for growth, or you've artificially have limited that, yes, everybody who owns an existing home, you know, their house becomes worth, you know, a lot more. So again, if people aren't able to afford single-family homes within the new neighborhoods, you know, that they will be purchasing, and I see that on my own block right now, because I'm in a very single-family neighborhood built in the 80s. You know, those prices, you know, have risen, you know, significantly over the last year, but that equilibrium will balance itself out. As those prices come up, all of a sudden new housing will, you know, be priced more similarly. And this ebb and flows, you know, through the decades and really through the millennial, right?
Yeah. Point's taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fundura.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Questions too. Other cities have just wide open. What's the difference between us having a prescribed 50 I look at Winnipeg, look at Calgary. How would that work for Regina? So I mean, Regina is a much smaller market than what we're looking at others. Can you give me a little bit of a?
Yeah, again, I'm going to add a little more personal perspective on that answer than maybe, as much as the, an official home builder's response. I think, again, the report that city administration demonstrates that, density targets are, it's not like measuring temperature where we all agree what Fahrenheit or Celsius is. There's many different measurements and people are measuring different things. So all you can do in this environment is take that, look at those items and try to, again, develop what is right for our community, right? What is the right densities for Calgary, and certainly what are the right densities for Toronto? Certainly, would not apply in a Regina, in a Regina context. So, you've got to make some decisions related around that, and then hopefully have enough flexibility to learn from those to achieve those civic goals that you're trying to achieve. A city like Winnipeg has, again, for a city its size, is one of the more affordable cities. It is far more market focused, than many other cities within the country. You look at the province of Ontario, which a lot of planning regimes tend to look at. It is a much, much more prescriptive environment than we have here on the prairies and certainly in Regina. And again, they've got some of the absolute worst affordability problems, within that province and certainly within some centers, compared to what we have on the prairies and here in Regina.
Great, thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fundura. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Stu, for addressing council and ask that you please return to the gallery. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to receive and file a written submission from delegation DE 22-142, Christopher Strain from Regina as a communication for CP 22-53. Can I have a motion, seconder? Councillor Hawkins and Councillor LeBlanc. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Carried. Okay, we're just going to give a minute to see if the next delegation can call back in here, as we just lost them on the line. Okay. I'd like to call upon delegation Dr. Vanessa Matthews. And we'll ask Vanessa to introduce herself for the record, the organization she's representing, if any, and where she's calling from. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of council may have for you. And what we're going to do is we're having technical difficulties, so we're just going to hold the phone to the mic and see how this plays out. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Hi, it's very hard to hear. I'm sorry. My name is Vanessa Matthews, and I'm an associate professor of geography and environmental studies at the University of Regina. I'm here today to address Council on the density target for new neighborhoods report. The recommendations contained in the report are aimed at providing flexibility to the current target of 50 people per hectare and new neighborhoods. The flexibility is intended to address special circumstances which may require a lower density target. I know there's one special circumstance that keeps getting discussed, but I would urge members of council today to vote against the recommendations, as I believe they are in direct conflict with the goals of our official community plan and our recently passed sustainability framework. Given where we are at with our intensification rate, we can't afford to lower density under any circumstance. In Design Regina, we committed to 30% of population growth directed to established areas. We've hit a cumulative average of 11.2% of population growth in established areas since 2014, meaning that 88.8% has occurred as greenfield development. In the downtown, our goal is to add 10,000 people, and since 2014, we have added 81. Our annual intensification rate in 2021 reached a negative, -5.2%. We lost population in established areas. Demolitions outpaced infill construction. This core growth rate puts us amongst the last across cities in Canada. Constructing new low-density neighborhoods is at odds with our goals for compact and complete communities. It is at odds with our intensification planning and our emphasis on expanding transportation options to include active transportation and public transit. We can't afford the costs associated with servicing sprawling low-density new developments with all of the services that they require: emergency services, water, sewer, waste, roads, schools. These are costs that are borne to a municipality every year, and costs which are not covered through property taxes arising from these areas. A single-family home in a city center will always cost a municipality less than a single-family home on the periphery when we factor in the cost of these services. This doesn't even take into account the indirect costs associated with emissions, traffic congestion, or poor health and peripheral development. The recommendation to create flexibility in lowering the target in special circumstances is also, in my opinion, in direct conflict with the sustainability framework that was passed in March. This framework lays out 7 big moves, one of which, active transportation and transit use, directly pertains to the density target. Density doesn't make that list of big 7, and neither does intensification. But for me, you can't reduce emissions or create alternative transportation uses if you don't build compact and complete communities. So I think it's implicit in the framework. I'd like to reiterate a point made in the density report itself, that we require a minimum of 50 people per hectare in order to support public transit. We should not be building new neighborhoods on greenfield sites if they can't support public transit. Building complete and compact communities is much more sustainable than building low-density, car-dependent developments. The 10-year review, which is coming up, is a more appropriate space to consider how and if the practices surrounding the density target should be modified. The report provides some good points, highlighting how developers are currently meeting or surpassing the target in new neighborhoods. Maybe council might want to consider raising this target if they're being surpassed as part of its commitment of becoming a sustainable city. In closing, cities are built from choices. I ask council today to choose the strength of our existing OCP, Design Regina, and the recently passed sustainability framework, and to not depart from these important policies that were built with community consultation and engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope that you heard me. I'm on a speakerphone right now, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. I will open up to council if there's any questions, and I have Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope that the question can be heard.
Just hold on. Yeah. Can you hear us, Vanessa?
Oh, like pretty much.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try my best.
Okay, although this report does specifically refer to, is focusing on the density targets in new neighborhoods, part of your submission also talks about the fact that we failed to increase, to create intensification in the core of the city. Why do you raise that issue? Do you want to talk about why those two policies are connected, or do you see them as connected?
I do see them as very much connected, and I think Stu raised this as well, that it would have been nice if we had the two reports together to discuss those today. I think that when we're talking about density of any kind, we have to look at the full picture of the city. And so when we're not fulfilling where we want to be in our goals in the city center, then creating greater peripheral growth will further strain the municipality. So as I was mentioning before, the cost of servicing the lots that we're building that are farther away from the city costs a lot more. So for me, we have to think about adding density to the core areas, and that has to be a priority. Because the more that we build outward, the more that we are setting ourselves up for like having a lot of financial difficulties in the long run. So I see those two things together, and I wish that they had come together because I think that, you know, when you talk about density targets, it has implications for how we're working through intensification. And even if we're looking at new neighborhoods, that's going to have implications for what's happening in the downtown, and that's going to strain supply and investment in that downtown area in the established areas as well. So hopefully that kind of answers that question a little bit.
Okay, and then thank you very much for that. And I'll just ask one more question through the chair. As a professor of urban studies, geography, sorry, I have to look at your title. We do have some comparisons in this report of what other cities are doing, and we have heard that Calgary, Edmonton, and some other cities have actually have higher minimum density goals. In your studies, have you looked at this phenomenon in terms of trying to create more dense neighborhoods, complete neighborhoods? Is this something that you look at in your studies?
Yeah, I think that, you know, we hit a point in a lot of municipalities where we were building a lot of car-dependent, low-density suburbs, and most Canadian municipalities kind of shifted to this smart growth, compact, complete communities. And most kind of have very strong targets for intensification as well. Some are performing better than others at that. And, you know, I think that part of what we're up against here is that we clearly need to incentivize intensification in the core. And we might also need to set up limits of some kind for peripheral growth, and at the very least kind of ensure that we're hitting appropriate density targets so that as those populations get added, then we're at least able to connect them better to the city through things like public transit and emergency services and recreation and all the other things that we're trying to build. So in a lot of municipalities, people kind of shifted back into the core and shifted back into the downtowns, and that hasn't really happened here. And so, you know, we can look at comparisons and look at best practices, and it seems that incentivization needs to happen here, and we need to kind of shift our way of thinking outside of some of the ways that we've been building and some of the practices that we've been engaging in to ensure that we create that vibrant, rich urban realm in the core and in the downtown. So, you know, I think there's lots of research out there for sure on kind of trying to build a much more dense core, and then as you continue to develop out, you similarly create a lot of density, right? Because that's going to get you the mix of housing, that's going to get you the mix of uses, and that ultimately is going to be those complete communities that are so important in our official community plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Next, we have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for speaking today. You've talked about intensification, which I think we all agree that we need to have some type of increased housing downtown, which we all agree on. The density that's happening in the new areas, do you know what those density targets are of where they've hit for Harbor Landing? Because you've indicated that we have not hit them. Do you know what those are for the greens or any of those?
I think we have hit them in the neighborhoods that are the new neighborhoods. I think that developers have been hitting those targets since we put them into the OCP. I think when you look at the older neighborhoods that established, we don't hit those density targets in many cases, and that's part of the project that lies ahead, I think, is how do we add density to those established areas? How do we add them along transit-oriented corridors? How do we kind of think about, mixing in duplexes and multifamily housing in areas that have been predominantly single-family use? And that's the challenges that lie ahead, is kind of creating those options for housing. But I think that in terms of what we have been building up to this point, we have been hitting those targets.
Thank you. When we approved the renewable and sustainability framework, I asked the question to our consultant that was working with us on density. And there's more that density should not be looked at in isolation. And I guess the point is that you've indicated here that we need compact neighborhoods. Do you live in a compact neighborhood yourself?
No, I would like to live in a more compact neighborhood. I live in an established area, and I wish that there was greater density. I wish that there was more that I could walk to kind of have that mix of uses. And I agree with you, density shouldn't be taken out of things, which is why I was surprised that this density report was being taken away from a broader conversation that seems to be coming up in a matter of months that would tie everything together. So it would work on density and sustainability and the overall OCP as well.
Through the chair, the density that we're talking about today is looking at actually having an option for single-family dwellings where we have a small piece of land, because we have a market that demands it or may demand it. Do you support types of housing for all incomes?
I think that right now from the report that came through Stu as well, that it seems to be that about 19% of the population can afford single-family homes. The density target that we currently have allows for the use of single-family homes within that mix. It's just a different way of kind of creating density, and you can move that density around within that land. I think that building anything right now that can't be serviced by public transit and that falls outside of those very strong goals that are part of the OCP. Like, we have a fantastic OCP, and it's got really strong goals about complete communities and compact communities, and I think we need to follow that and think that we shouldn't be departing from it in a way that would kind of pull us and stretch us in ways that we shouldn't really be stretched right now.
Thank you. Last question. You've indicated that there's really no, the costs for single-family homes, and I don't want to take words out of your mouth, but it was that it's really not covered. It's very expensive to do that, and it's not covered through the taxes. Is that what you indicated?
I think what I was trying to get at is that if you have a single-family home in the heart of the city, then that's necessarily going to cost less in services than if you have a single-family home on the periphery, because you're thinking about the need to connect in those new areas and the need for road maintenance and repairs and the connectivity through public transit, and so then everybody pays the cost for those. Like, everybody that's in the established areas now has to take on the cost of those areas that are kind of on the periphery, right? So to have the best of both worlds, you have density kind of throughout, and you have those broader targets of having complete compact communities.
In your work,
a place to stay, and we have different options for housing, and we have that mix, that social mix that we're kind of striving for, so that it's a city for everyone.
have you, in your work, interviewed or done any research on individuals who live in compact neighborhoods within our city?
No, I haven't. That would be a fantastic project to do, I think, because it would kind of highlight the benefits for people who are actually living in these spaces, and it might go quite far in terms of helping people who don't live in compact communities to see some of the advantages, I think, of living there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Next, we have Councillor Zakiniak, I believe.
Thank you. I may just have one question for you. So I understand the rationale that, you know, this is supposed to be for exceptional circumstances. What I'm wondering about is what are your thoughts on, in the proposed amendment, it states that City Council may, at its discretion, waive the requirements of Policy 2.11, which is complete neighborhoods and the density of 50 persons per hectare, where it can be demonstrated that it would be challenging or undesirable. I'm paraphrasing. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about City Council having the discretion to do that? Does that raise any red flags for you?
I think that for me, the OCP is like a contract that a municipality has with its constituents, and so when you depart from that, then we're creating the possibility that flexibility will create the possibility that these things will happen. We can say that we're not going to have any more parking, but then cases come up and parking happens. So I think that, you know, it's really important to not create those possibilities, because once that possibility gets created, then it starts to get pushed at, right? And then I think we get into a situation where there's been a lot of investment into thinking through what these designs might look like, and it gets us further away from the goals of what we're supposed to be doing, which is investing in what we have and ensuring that we are meeting intensification targets and density targets.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Just want to thank you, Vanessa, for addressing council today, and I ask that you please leave the meeting and have a good night.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
We'll now consider item CR 22-84, a density target for new neighborhoods. Councillor Fundura, can you please introduce the report?
Oh, here we go. We got it. Deputy Mayor, thank you. I bring report CR 22-84, density targets for new neighborhoods. Regional Planning Commission recommends the City Council amend Design Regina OCP Bylaws 2013-48 as outlined in Appendix A. Ensure the OCP 10-year review project considers policy improvements regarding the design and locations of density within the neighborhoods. Deputy Mayor, can I get a seconder, please? Shani?
Councillor Mancinelli.
Oh, we did that? Okay. Thank you. Recommendation in this report allows for more flexibility and direction in some new neighborhoods development area where it may not be possible or desirable to require a neighborhood to develop at 50 persons per hectare. Administration recommends maintaining the overall intent of the current policy while allowing for concept plan and or secondary plan to establish a density requirements based on circumstance. The proposed policy amendment achieves the objectives of the OCP while balancing the potential to accommodate lower density residential area demanded by the market. Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Any questions from council members on this report? Okay, Counselor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. So question for administration. I'm trying to, I do want to understand how limited this proposal is in terms of flexibility. Currently, we do have flexibility when in a particular area that is being developed. We've had those proposals come to us. So the overall area has to be 50 people per hectare, but they can adjust within that area. There could be some parts of it that are much lower density and some that are higher, so that it averages out to 50. So I do really want to understand why this proposal is coming forward. Is it just for small neighborhoods where, anyways, if it could be explained a little bit more about
Ms. Bryden?
what these special areas might be.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll add some comment and then I'll refer this one to Ms. Dawson. So it's my understanding right now we're aware of like one area within our 300 POP that might be an option to encourage the development to provide this kind of flexibility. And again, it is to provide some flexibility to some of the development community. Again, it's very small impact and doesn't really take away from the OCP in its current state. And so I'll refer it to Ms. Dawson to speak specifically to the site.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that we should remember that the recommendation is status quo. We want to continue to move with the 50 people per hectare. However, we recognize that there are potentially some areas within our growth plan out to our 500K that may be isolated from a neighborhood context that may not be able to fulfill our complete community goals, in that they would have the range of density types that we would like to see in a complete community, all the way from low to high density. They may not be able to have commercial nodes where people can walk to a local commercial because there's just not enough space potentially within that physical boundaries of that particular area. There's maybe not enough people, even if we did develop at 50 people per hectare, to accommodate traffic or transit route. So it's just providing that flexibility if there are those barriers in place for a development site to be isolated from the community neighborhood context.
Through the chair, has this special study area that's been mentioned, have the owners of those land or the developers for those lands already been in conversations with staff or indicated they want to do an application but they can't do it under the current OCP rules?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we've had conversations with many developers through this process. As you can see, our stakeholder consultation and consultation with developers was quite extensive. We have talked to the owners of these lands or their representatives. They have not submitted a proposal. I don't know where they're at in their planning stage, and they have not specifically driven this proposal or this exception, if we want to call it that. But it was brought to our attention that there may be other locations like that might exist, and we may not be able to build them into a complete community model.
One of the things I've noticed in the report in terms of the stakeholder feedback, it didn't seem to be real strong desire to change the density targets. On the Be Heard survey, 213 respondents to it, and the overwhelming response was density at 50 pp per hectare should be maintained. And also that the market analysis stated that if single-family dwellings are not available within greenfield areas, consumers are willing to pursue already built single-family homes in mature neighborhoods. I think that would be tremendously important to rejuvenate some of our mature neighborhoods that would like to see some growth there. And at the consumer housing survey of 528 people, only 2% of respondents ranked neighborhoods with mostly single-family homes or neighborhoods with larger lot sizes the most important neighborhood features for their household. So it seems like there isn't a real strong desire to change the density. It does seem like I have a concern because it seems like we are making policy based on an exception, and I am a little bit concerned about policy by exception. That anyway, I would like to move that we table this report until after we have the intensification report discussed at council.
Councillor Stanichuk needs a seconder. Councillor LeBlanc. Okay, this motion is non-debatable and it goes to vote. So I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion to table this is lost. 4 to 5 as follows. The following voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, and Mole. And the following that are in favor of tabling this were Councillors LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, and Zakitniak.
I have nothing else.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Next we have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I think I want to thank administration for the work that you've done. I think it's imperative as we're looking at areas that may have an opportunity where there could be vacant land that sits there that could create an opportunity for some single family lots. The only reason I say that is because of the fact that as we move to ensure these, we've got large companies coming. I don't know why we would pin people into a single family home. I mean, into a compact neighborhood. And I understand that this is a step to looking at little pieces. At least we're at the table to offer something if it comes up at all. But I think that's vitally important. Right now, if we don't have anything on the table for people to look at for a single family lot, they will be moving out to Emerald Park. And that is a loss of tax revenue. So my point is this, I don't know if these will ever come to fruition, but I know in our OCP, we have said that we need to have housing, different types of housing for all income levels. And that's important. Just to make a point as well, the density, we are over on the density. When you look at the Greens on Gardner, we're at 58.8. Towns, we're at 55. Skyview, we're at 74. At Somerset, we're at 57. We have hit our density of 50 person per hectare and plus. So this is not something that is gonna flourish with a whole bunch of single family homes. But to me, this creates an opportunity to at least have something on the table if it ever comes to fruition. But I will say this, if a developer looks at it seriously and has to understand that they have to go through all of those hoops, we may not see anything anyway. But I appreciate administration at least trying to get something on the table. The other question, I guess, point that I'd like to make is that I've heard it today and I've heard it previously. We want dense neighborhoods. When is the last time we've actually gone out to those dense neighborhoods, the Greens on Gardner, the towns, and Harbour Landing, and asked them, do you like living in those dense neighborhoods? It's easy for us to sit here because we don't live in the dense neighborhoods, but they do. How about we go out, when we do the OCP, will we be going out to these neighborhoods and asking how the density and how is their quality of life and how has that affected any of this? I think it's a very important question. So when we look at little shoebox, square little lots, and people, the reason they want community gardens is because they got a little family and they can't have a little garden in even their yard. Sometimes I think we've lost our way. I'm all for sustainability, absolutely. There's many other ways to be sustainable. Larger homes can put solar panels. Most of those larger homes are more energy efficient. The last point I want to make is, and I've heard this many times, is that single family homes don't pay their way. My residents in Ward 4 pay close to $30 million in property taxes. So if we don't pay our way, then I'm sorry. There's a miscalculation somewhere. We pay for other services in the city, our pools, our walkways, our transit. So if someone here today can tell me that a single family owner is not paying their way, they are all for sustainability. And it's time that we actually create options for everybody, the low income, the single family, all of it. And that's what this motion will do. And I mean, again, I appreciate the work but I really don't know if we'll see one come through just because there is many layers to it. But I appreciate the work from administration. Thank you.
All right, just on your 5 minutes, Councillor Bresciani. We have Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify the proposed process if this goes ahead. So I'm looking at the proposed amendment and I understand that first an application, just like normal, would go through administration. Is it accurate that after, so an application under this proposed amendment would go through administration, administration would then make their recommendation to council. So if administration recommends denial of the application, it's still, because it didn't meet the criteria, it would still come to council. Is that accurate?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that would be accurate. Typically when we get applications where the applicant's trying to meet a certain criteria, that we would work with them to help them. So we would facilitate and work with them to help them get their to get to a place where we would make a recommendation to approve it to council, but council still has the option, of course, to deny or approve as they see fit.
Okay. So I understand that this is intended to be an exception, and it is intended to be that an applicant has to meet certain criteria. One of the concerns that I have with it is that it is possible for an applicant not to meet the criteria, to get a denial from administration, and then still come to council for final decision. And that's not saying anything about this council, because this is a policy that would be in place indefinitely. So I'm uncomfortable with policymakers in general, not this council, any elected officials, having the discretion to waive the requirements of new neighborhoods being complete and having 50 persons per hectare, because it is possible that
the council could inadvertently, like either on purpose, intentionally or not, approve an application that has not met the requirements. So that's the loophole in this policy, which could be exploited either intentionally or unintentionally. And that is the reason, I think, why we're seeing folks expressing concern about it, because of the possibility of a loophole. It doesn't mean it will be exploited, but it could be. And it doesn't mean it would be by the people in this room. It could be by anybody in the future. It opens up the possibility. So I don't support this amendment. I do understand it's meant to be for an exceptional circumstance. I get all that. I just can't support the possibility of having this extra wiggle room. I don't think that that decision should be made by council. I don't think we have the expertise to actually know if a policy, if an application does have, does meet the criteria to be a special circumstance. I don't believe that that's our job. So I don't support this, but I do want to ask something. It has been mentioned by delegations, and it's come up today, that the OCPP was built with community consultation. What is being proposed here hasn't had the same level of broad consultation that the OCP did, the creation of the OCP had. What I'm wondering is, if this does pass, would administration as an undertaking be willing to include this policy change in the consultation, the broader consultation to the general public, the broader community, in the OCP review? So if it passes, to include this as one of the many pieces of consultation to hear from the community as well.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So we are just scoping out that OCP review project, and I'll just add that that is subject to budget approval, that work to come forward. But I would see that this, or I would say that this would be considered as part of the overall process, and we can certainly undertake to ask the questions specific to this item in that consultation process.
Great, because I understand there's not a desire to table it. I do want to hear from the community in general. What are their thoughts on this change if it succeeds? I won't be supporting it for the reasons I've mentioned, and some of the reasons that were mentioned already by others, including the delegation. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sikimiak. Right on your 5 minutes. We got Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, through the chair. I will be supporting this. I look at some of the conversation today, and I just want to make a couple notes. Whether or not this passes, there still will be single-family homes built in new neighborhoods in Regina. This doesn't stop them from happening. Throughout all the presentations from delegations and the information here all indicates there should be a wide range of housing options available to future residents. So we won't see older neighborhood style new neighborhoods where there's multiple 50-foot lots, because that's an extra 10 feet of cement asphalt pipes that sprawls out over and above from that lot. And there's a tax bill behind that as well. And we have to have affordable taxes in our community. So that means we have to have enough density to have future residents and current residents set aside money to rebuild the streets after 30 and 40 years. So we don't have to put a whole special program together because no one ever thought of it. That's why we have to have some density. It makes us affordable in the long run. Having said that, to identify a special, unique part of the city where we could put together a unique neighborhood, I don't think everything should have to be ugly or the same in the future. We just have to make sure that we have enough people to make sure we can all afford to pay for the future. We come across a special circumstance where it makes sense to make a unique neighborhood with maybe a couple more features where people can afford that. I don't think we can pass up that opportunity. 200 years from now, that would be the type of neighborhood we would be talking about with heritage matters. And I think the future should have heritage too. To have a little bit of vision in things means you can do things like that. And I think that's why I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. We have Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm on Appendix A of the report. So it indicates 2.11 currently requires new neighborhoods as identified on Map 1 Growth Plan, which is included Appendix B. My initial question is, it looks to me like the neighborhoods described on that growth plan are very large, so 7,500, 21,000, etc. My question is, would the golf course example contemplated run afoul of this currently? That is, would it be a new neighborhood as shown on this map, or is it already excluded under it? Through the chair.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, through you, the chair. It is in this 300K growth phase. There's special study areas. You'll notice there's one in the southwest as well, and they were contemplated for the 300K growth areas. So what happens is they have to be phased in, and we don't know exactly which phase, but they could have been orange on this map as well, but we just identified them as a special study area, which is defined within the official community plan as well.
I see. So when 2.11 says require new neighborhoods as identified, that in fact means new neighborhoods and or special study areas as identified. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree. Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking, so of course the contemplated 2.11A says we might not need to follow either other provision of 2.11, and that addresses both complete neighborhoods as well as the density target we've been focusing on. But I just have a question about absolving or accepting new neighborhoods from the complete neighborhood policy in 7.1. 7.1 of the OCP, as I read it, speaks about complete neighborhoods and has 10 subsections, including things like a collaborative planning process involving stakeholders. Am I correct in understanding that we wouldn't accept a new neighborhood from a collaborative planning process involving stakeholders? Rather, we'd be looking more at other employment, other grocery stores. So there's some sections of community or complete community plans that we'd absolve them from and we'd hang on to others. Is that fair to say?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson.
I'm going to try to follow along with the question. I apologize. I may not have understood it quite the way that you meant it. But the when neighborhood plans are designed, we have a set of goals in our official community plan under the complete community policies, and we follow through, and when we're doing the review, make sure that there's areas that are identified for commercial and a mix of housing and those types of things. And so for the majority of the areas on our growth plan, you'll see that there's enough room to allow for all those continuum of uses within the neighborhood. And then we look at traffic routes and ensuring that there's transit stops and the urban center and that sort of thing. When we looked at some of these other pieces, they're not large enough to encompass a complete community. So I think what you're asking is, would we absolve them of requiring commercial or absolve them of requiring all the other things of the complete communities? And potentially that wouldn't work in those situations as well, because they're physical barriers in terms of size or that sort of thing. So I would say yes. Mr. Kocher's on the line, and he did most of the research for this report and would be able to probably provide you a better, thorough answer. So I would just pass this over to Mr. Kocher as well.
Mr. Kocher, go ahead.
Sure. Through the chair, I might just ask Councillor LeBlanc if Ms. Dawson sort of interpreted the question correctly. Was it about potentially absolving applicants from including those components of the complete neighborhoods, or was it about not having as collaborative of a process.
Yeah, so the draft language says, in these prescribed circumstances, council will have discretion to waive the complete neighborhood profile as described at 7.1 of the OCP. 7.1 of the OCP has 10 subsections describing what a complete neighborhood is. My question is, if we exercise our discretion in that way, will we do it for all 10 subsections or only for some of them?
Go ahead, Mr.
Through the
Manager.
chair, that's a very good question. I think we would have to consider the application, and I think that would probably factor into our recommendation ultimately in our review. But I don't know if Ms. Dawson has anything to add. It's I don't know how we would respond to that if it's not clear as stated that if they have to meet 5 of them still, or so maybe I'll just pass that back to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson, go
Yeah,
ahead.
having not done a review like this before, I think what we could possibly do is just outline the components of the complete community that aren't being addressed within the application, and identify that within our review, and have that as part of the report to council for consideration. And if those components are critical or important for that particular area. I would note that the special study areas haven't actually been established for any type of land use, so theoretically they could be employment lands, those types of things. So I know we're talking about one specific site, and I'm somewhat reluctant to do that, because then we get focused on some technicalities of the special study area versus lands within the orange on our map. But in general, I think that we would do a complete review and understand what components of the complete communities those particular areas weren't meeting, as well as the density threshold that they were looking to achieve, and bring that forward as a request or an exception.
Thank you. I suppose I'm just going to comment and highlight portions of 7.1 of the community plan that I think we ought to retain, even in a golf course distinct community. So 7.1.1, a collaborative planning process involving stakeholders. I suggest we retain that no matter what. 7.1.6, specialized open space such as squares, civic centers, and parks, which are optimally located and designed. I suggest we hold on to that. 1.7, streets, pedestrian paths, and bike paths that contribute to a network of fully connected, safe, and accessible routes to all destinations. 1.8, a distinctive character, identity, and sense of place. I think that's the very thing that's being contemplated here, is maybe we could have a neighborhood that's different than everywhere else. So I think we better hang on to that. And 7.1.9, buildings which are designed and located to enhance the public realm and contribute to a better neighborhood experience. But maybe say 2 things, which is, 1, I'm hopeful that if such a report ever comes back to us, administration is doing some parsing under the subsections of 7.1, because some of that strikes me as entirely consistent with a smaller neighborhood. And the second is just to ensure when we're drafting this bylaw that council does have that flexibility to say, fine, you don't need a grocery store, but you should still have parks, but we should still plan, all of those sorts of things. So there's some nuance, I think, in the OCP in that respect. Yeah, I would leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I'll ask Councillor Fundura if you would like to close the debate.
Thank you for that. No, I'm good. Everything's been said.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 6-3, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mancinelli, and Mole, and the following voting against are Councillors LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, and Zakidniak.
Okay, we'll move on to delegations for CR 22-85 transit fare adjustments. So I would like to call upon delegation Florence Stratton. Florence, I'll get you to come down. I see you present. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and you have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead, Florence.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. I will begin by thanking City Council for passing the 2022 Transit Master Plan. I especially appreciate the plan's commitment to equity and to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. However, the recommendation to eliminate transit fares for children 13 years and under when accompanied by a fare-paying adult, while an improvement over the current situation, is insufficient both in terms of equity and addressing the climate crisis. Let me start with equity. There are 2 issues here. First, insisting that children be accompanied by a fare-paying adult. 10-year-olds often move about the city independently. That was true even back in the day when I was a 10-year-old riding the bus, though I can't remember whether I paid a fare or not. So please drop the when accompanied by a fare-paying adult requirement for fare-free access for those 13 and under. Second, high school students are excluded from the free access to transit service recommendation. School attendance often hinges on access to transportation. At a meeting I attended not too long ago, we were told that some Regina high school students are unable to get to school, especially in winter, when it is too cold to walk or bike, because their families cannot afford the $64 a month youth bus pass. This is unconscionable. Regina high school students need equal access to education. Please, in the name of equity, make Regina Transit fare-free for everyone 18 and under, plus anyone regardless of age attending high school. In terms of addressing the climate crisis, the exclusion of 14 to 18-year-olds from free access to transit service is also a problem. As the Transit Master Plan says, quote, public transit plays an important role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This is because, as many studies show, the private passenger vehicle is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. As the plan also states, quote, sustainable travel behaviors are best established at an early age. I will repeat what I said in my May 4th presentation to City Council. If fare-free transit is only offered to those 13 and under, teenagers are likely to view riding the bus as only for children, as something to be put away with other childish things. In the name of climate action, please make Regina Transit fare-free for everyone 18 and under, plus anyone attending high school. How to pay for it? That is, of course, the big question. As the report before you today states, the cost of providing fare-free transit to all high school students would be about $1.9 million annually in lost revenue, and to purchase additional buses. Regina's 2021 budget reduced transit's operating budget from $40 million in 2020 to $39 million. In the name of equity and climate action, how about adding $2 million to the 2023 transit budget? I would note that there always seems to be money for sports facilities. Why not for transit? I will end by making one more appeal to Regina City Council, though it is only indirectly related to the report you are considering. It is, however, related to 2 previous agenda items on today's meeting, parking and density targets. As we all know, the price of gas has risen sharply in the last few months, making it even more costly to drive a car. Many individuals and families are feeling the pinch. This might be an opportune moment for the City of Regina to launch a Get on the Bus campaign. Here are a few selling points for such a campaign. Riding the bus is cheaper than driving a car. You will save money. not only on gas, but also on parking, vehicle maintenance, new tires, the list goes on. Riding the bus also helps the climate. Transit is a low emissions alternative to driving. And contrary to what some may think, riding the bus is also a real pleasure. There are many things you don't have to worry about when you use transit. For example, finding a parking space, getting a parking or speeding ticket, having an accident. There are also many positive pleasures. For example, you can visit with your fellow passengers. You can look out the window and admire the scenery. You can daydream, you can read, you can even text to your heart's content. Another plus is that you can get some of your daily exercise walking to and from the bus stop. So let's all get on the bus. Let's also make it easier for high school students to get on the bus by including them in the fare-free transit recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Florence. I'll see if any of council has questions for you. I see Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and the points you brought in your delegation. My question is, first, are you aware that the discussion for fare-free transit for high school students has been referred to the budget process?
I am aware of that, but what I'm afraid will happen, the recommendation will come forward without that being included and nothing will happen at the budget meeting. So I would hope that City Council might do something today to ensure that fare-free transit for 18 and under is part of the draft budget that will be coming before City Council in December.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is in relation to your comments on whether youth 13 and under need to be accompanied by a fare-paying adult. Would you agree that it would be safer for a 10-year-old to be, like a youth, to be unaccompanied on a transit bus than potentially wandering around the city by themselves?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I don't know. As I said, I rode the bus when I was a 10-year-old. I went to my music lessons on the bus by myself. My brother, when he was 3 years old, ran away and got on the bus and ended up in the police station. But they let him on the bus and took him to where he needed to be. I mean, I find the bus drivers very, very helpful 99.99% of the time. I mean, occasionally there's a problem, but usually they're very helpful. So if there was some runaway younger child, I'm sure that would be dealt with by the bus driver. But 10 to 13-year-olds, possibly even 9-year-olds, are not going to want to be accompanied by a parent everywhere they go.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Florence, for addressing council and ask that you please return to the gallery while council considers this report. Okay, we still have a couple more delegates. My apologies. I'd like to call upon Delegation Carla Harris. I see you're present. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of council may have for you. So go ahead, Carla.
Thank you. So I actually, after sending in my speech, noticed one more mention in this motion that I want to mention as a priority ahead of all of the speech that you've probably already read, is that there was a mention of how paratransit and the cost of paratransit is going to need an amendment to the price per ride. And I just want to point out to folks that that is an absolutely inequitable way of placing the higher cost on the most underrepresented, marginalized, and employment barriered people. I come from a background as an employment facilitator and as a disabled entrepreneur. And having worked specifically in facilitating employment, particularly for non-dominant culture groups, such as disabilities, single parents, and youth, particularly these days, transit access is what is stopping teens from getting jobs while they're still teenagers, is not having transit going to the service industry work that would be those groundbreaking jobs for them after school hours, evenings, and weekends. And we do not have in Regina yet. Now, I'm very excited about the transit plan that has been approved, because that gives service industry work, which will particularly focus on getting people's careers started younger, not having them starting their first jobs or their part-time jobs when they're already done their degree or their diploma or whatever, giving them the opportunity to get around, make connections, meet other business people, build career direction and those kinds of goals. But that is the barrier that we have with our current structure of how the routes focus on 9 to 5 p.m. jobs and are only hourly for all service industry. So I gave you all of these stats kind of on how important it is to reach these net zero carbon emissions, how important it is to get people on board while they're young. Because if they are 12 and under and riding with a parent, they're not actually learning how to use our transit system. But if they are 13 to 15, before they even have to make that decision if they want to go and try to buy a car and get their driver's license and stuff, they can find ways to build connections social-wise, get jobs in their teen years, really extend into the community and learn the power of using transit while they're in those equitable ranges. The other thing that I think is most important to mention is please do not place this on only who is in a school division. 17%, or in 2017, so the last study that was done on this, 11% of young people without a high school diploma have a disability. 19% were single parents who had to leave to take care of children. And 20% of the students that did not complete their grade 12 paperwork were Aboriginal students who felt bullied in their school system. The majority of actual decision point of who drops out is actually generally bullying and malpractice and poor inclusive engagement. So if we're giving people who are basically 18 and under, regardless of whether they're in a school system or not, the opportunity to access jobs that do not require a degree, those jobs that are service industry, the ones that are people's first step in to grow on their career, get them started on that early, giving them that affordable access to every type of job is going to be, so I really, really will hope actually today that this motion will be changed, because I really do, I agree with Florence. There is absolutely no point in waiting and saying, making this decision only at the budget meeting, because that will not place it in priority. And there's always the concern that's been given that, oh, if we say all students 18 and under, then suddenly there's going to be 1 million people on the bus and we're not going to have enough buses. We've seen the stats on how few people in Regina got the paperwork for that affordable transit pass. This is 5 years after that motion was made, and we still don't have as many people as City Council's projections had said would register in the first year, registered now after 5 years. So it's not going to be a risk.
You've hit your 5 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. I was just going to say it's not a risk that we are going to be all broke and unable to go. We just have to actually take the action to make this a priority before we enter budget meeting. Otherwise, the transit map is not actually going to enact the change that's needed.
Thank you, Carla. I'll see if any of council has any questions for you. Okay, seeing none, I'll ask you to return to the gallery and as we bring up the next delegate. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation Anna Norris. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members council may have for you. Go ahead, Anna.
Thank you. My name is Anna Norris. I'm representing myself as a resident of Regina. And I, as well as Florence and Carla, of course, would like to advocate today not just for the necessity of fare free transit for those under 13, as today's recommendation covers, but that all of these conversations, whether or not they can be addressed today, at least be recalled when expanding the fare free transit to youth 14 to 18 is referred to the 2023 budget process. I think that the utility of fare free transit for children and teens was demonstrated in this room during the course of delegations speaking about the transit master plan. Although at that time, the frequency of buses was by far the most important issue raised in discussion of the master plan. The transit travel trainers from 4 to 40 and Creative Options Regina, who run classes teaching Regina residents with intellectual disabilities how to use transit, spoke to another important issue, which is education. And I recall that in conversation with those delegates, Councillor Shaw accurately pointed out that it's not just those with intellectual disabilities who might not have the skills to use transit comfortably. And in fact, I recall that she said she doesn't know how to take the bus either. And I think that actually many adult drivers in this city, whether or not they would have the courage and self-awareness to say it out loud, would agree, because using transit involves learned skills, having to read and interpret schedules and signal drivers, and even the etiquette of entering and exiting buses and getting off when you intend to get off are not immediately obvious to new users and can be very intimidating. And of course, even today, we heard from delegates who are business owners downtown who were not particularly aware of the transit options surrounding their properties and who felt that in order to be competitive, more of our downtown area needed to be converted into parking lots because they also have people in their buildings who we can assume from their priorities are also not comfortable with transit. And who would rather drive to the suburbs than take the bus downtown. So filling this knowledge gap in the adult population is really difficult. And although the transit trainers do important work, and I recall the master plan recommends expanding that to other demographics, it's not really realistic to expect that kind of educational program to reach every adult in the city who could use it. And most residents who have purchased vehicles to address their transportation needs are not motivated to learn to use transit because they have already made a significant investment in learning to use that vehicle and purchasing and maintaining it. But there are, of course, a group of residents who are highly motivated to learn to use transit, and that's children and teens. Although youth might not be known for their educational zest when it comes to algebra or memorizing the Krebs cycle, they are incredibly adept at picking up skills that they identify as providing them with freedom and independence. So not just approving the Fair Trade Transit program, but extending it to teens would provide youth with the impetus to take transit, not just to go places they need to go, like school, which of course is important, but also to places they want to go, to sporting activities, to shows, to visits with friends. And it means that they can experiment with taking transit to locations that might be more complicated to get to, as many places in Regina are right now. But it means that if you get on the wrong bus or miss your connection, you haven't wasted your allowance or your money from your part-time job. So Fare Free Transit for Youth is the single most cost-effective educational program for transit that the city has. It requires no classrooms or teachers and creates a whole generation of fare-paying adults who already have the transit skills that our current generation of adults in the city are lacking. And this is a culture shift that needs to happen for the Transit Master Plan to be successful in this city. The Transit Master Plan and, of course, the Energy and Sustainability Framework have identified transit as a priority, and celebrating ambitious plans is pointless without the action that takes into account the needs of the community. The children and youth of Regina, in my experience, are informed about the challenges facing our city and our planet. They're active participants in their communities and their democracies, and they are offering to build the city of the future for us. And they've spoken up about what they need to do that. The last time I heard, there are now over 600 signatures on the petition asking for free transit. So this serves the youth under 13, and expanding this program as quickly as possible to under 18 is our opportunity to serve the city, youth educational needs, and begin meeting the commitments that we made in the energy and sustainability framework.
You're at your 5 minutes, and I'll give you
Thank
30
you.
seconds.
That's
to
all.
wrap up. Okay, there you go. Good job. Okay, do any members of council have any questions for Anna? Yes, I have Councillor Stanichuk, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question regarding the transit trainers. Because younger people are more, they're more adept with technology, with phones, do you think that it is more natural that with the proper kinds of apps and technology that there wouldn't be necessarily a need for training that generation? It would be different demographics.
Yeah, I think what was identified is that there are certain groups, and certainly the demographics that are currently being served by the transit trainers are very well served by that specific training. And many adults, of course, newcomers to the city, people who are coming from other countries might also need that specific training. But certainly from what I have seen, if you give a teenager the ability to go somewhere that they want to go, then they will figure it out, and they'll be able to teach you then.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we're at 6 o'clock. We have our mandatory supper break. Got one more speaker that has questions. So let you go ahead, Councillor Hawkins, and then we'll take our break.
Question. Do you think the public school board and the Catholic school board have in providing transit to students over 13 years of age?
Yeah, well, certainly I would not classify myself as an expert on budgetary matters. I have certainly heard and read about the fact that, I know council was hoping that the school board would be able to contribute, and that the school board has essentially said that they don't have the ability to do that. I think in light of, I think Florence mentioned that what it has been estimated is that this would cost $1.9 million a year. And in light of the magnitude of investment that it is possible to make in transit, I know that one of the recent items that has also come across council's desk is the investing in in transit infrastructure money from the federal government. And I know that has been kind of attempted to be rerouted to other priorities. I think I absolutely understand the desire not to have these kinds of financial pressures downloaded onto the city if we can avoid it. But it also seems to me like a significant danger to refuse to do anything just because someone else isn't going to pitch in. It seems like there's a lot of delay happening because we're kind of waiting for someone else to step up to the plate. And it seems like from the mood in the room at the energy and sustainability framework passing, and from the transit master plan, it seems to me like City Council has said that the city is ready to step up to the plate, and I hope that we can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Thank you, Anna, for addressing council, and ask you please to return to the gallery. And we're going to head into our supper break. I would like to recommend we do a half an hour break rather than 45. Everybody's okay with that? So we'll be back at... Okay. Everybody's okay with 20 minutes? Supper's here. Okay. So we'll be back at 6:22. Thank you.
August 17th, and that will be discussed at that time. So Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. And a seconder. Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc. Okay, so I also need council, we have a communication on item CR 2285 from Sophia Young of Transit Taco. Tuesday, Regina, Saskatchewan. Can I have a member of council to receive it and file the communications? That one. Councillor, thank you, LeBlanc, and seconded by Councillor Zakiniak. Thank you. Is there anyone opposed to that? Seeing none. Thank you. Oh, this has to. Again, okay. So we're now going to consider the CR 22-85 transit fare adjustments. Can I have someone please move the report? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. No, it says for me to introduce the report, but I don't. Okay, so, all right, so let's go. Okay, so I will introduce the report. At executive, there was a discussion and it was to approve approve the removal of the Regina Transit bus fares for children 13 years of age and under, or grade 8 and under, when accompanied by a fare-paying adult, and that was effective August 20th, 2022. Approve the revised paratransit charter rates in Appendix A, and approve any housekeeping amendments to the Regina Transit Fare Bylaw 2009 is described in this report, and also to instruct the city solicitor to prepare any amendments to the Regina Transit Fare Bylaw in 2009 to give effect the recommendations to this report, and also the referral of option 1A, the free transfer for high school students, was referred to the budget process. So with that, I will, does anyone from administration need to open up? No? Okay, good. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I have some questions. So first of all, one of the delegations, Florence Stratton, mentioned about her suggestion for a ride, get on the bus campaign. So I just wanted to ask communications, potentially someone from administration, if we have any campaigns similar to that planned in the near future.
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Schwensen to provide comment.
Hey, thank you. Through the chair, absolutely we do. We have one in the works that we're preparing for the kind of late summer, early fall here. And in fact, she's bang on for some of the themes we were headed for in terms of affordability, the price of gas, and yeah, we're lined up there.
Great, thank you. Okay, and it was also mentioned about the referral to the budget process. I was wondering if we could get some clarification about how it will be referred to the budget process, the request for fare free for 18 and under. And then my other question is, I would like to see within the budget process an option for fare free for 18 and under, and then the other option in the report where it was we could phase it in one grade at a time. So I would like both of those options to go to the budget process, and I just wanted some more details about what that would look like.
Through the chair, so I'll maybe back up a little bit. The recommendation that came forward, this does need to go through the budget process as there is no budget in 2022. As has been indicated, it's about a $1.9 million between cost, loss of revenue. And then you've also got about 320 or $3.5 million in capital. And I'll maybe just clarify when we talk about federal or provincial funding, we don't receive provincial funding. But on the federal funding side, any federal money that we receive can only be used towards capital. It cannot be used towards operating. So that is why it needs to go through the budget process. And what that'll look like will be a business case will be built, given to the budget team, and at the time of budget, it will be considered. And there are a number of items that Mr. Lacey will bring forward that have been that have come up throughout the year that have been asked to be considered for at budget. The addition to have the option of phasing it in over 4 years, that definitely can be part of the discussion. And I think the other piece that we would do internally is we would want to sit down with the school boards, let them know this is coming forward through the budget process, and have that conversation about the potential for funding coming from both school boards on this matter. There have been initial discussions, but not at a very, very high level. So if that is council's wish to do that, then we definitely will have that information when we come forward at budget time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That sounds good. I'm also wondering, so we're gonna have conversations with the school boards. Would we also be having conversations with the province as well, since they provide funding to the school boards? Like, would that be part of the pre-budget consultation?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll take that question, Councillor Zahidniak. I would not expect that we would overtly be asking the province for this. They give us money through the municipal operating grant. I would imagine that they would tell us that based on what we get through the PST revenue sharing, that we have discretion to do what we want. We can ask the school boards, and we will ask the school boards, because this is essentially as much their issue as it is ours, and we will expect them to also identify some priority items. And again, it's not picking on the school boards, but just as council has to make some very tough budgetary decisions over the year and in the upcoming budget, the school boards will have to do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Also, I would like for us to vote on recommendation number 2 separately, please, if we could do that. Is that fine? Okay. All right. And another question is, we don't currently have regulations, like moving on to a different topic, we don't currently have regulations related to adults accompanying youth on transit currently in Regina. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And in terms of that recommendation, when accompanied by a fare-paying adult for 13 and under, this recommendation came about not because we're experiencing problems currently, but based on 2 other jurisdictions who suggested that policy based on one that they have. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is accurate. In the jurisdictional review, the ones that we did check with, it was pretty much split. A few of them did have that in their policy or in their change, and there were a few that did not. So there was no restriction with an accompanied adult.
Okay. Thank you. I have an amendment to bring forward. And so I think it'll be pulled up, but the amendment that I want to bring forward is for recommendation 1, that we remove when accompanied by a fare-paying adult. And so I think I have 3 minutes now to speak on that. Okay, great, thank you. And so as Mr. Onright mentioned, in the review that administration did, it was split what other jurisdictions did.
And I did my own research yesterday based on the other jurisdictions mentioned in the report and also the jurisdictions, there's an appendix with other jurisdictions. So what I found is that, first of all, for other jurisdictions with fare free beyond ages 5 and up, so it's not uncommon for jurisdictions to have fare free for 5 and under. But for those who've taken this next step that we're proposing to do, 3 of them have regulations in terms of having a fare paying customer, not adult, but customer or passenger, but not adult. And 3 of them have no regulations beyond age 5. So some of them, so for example, Victoria, Oakville, and Kingston are allowing kids ages 6 and up to ride transit, and they're not trying to regulate whether they should have a fare-paying adult or fare-paying customer with them. Of those who are regulating, Edmonton says 12 and under have a fare-paying customer. Winnipeg says 11 and under. Windsor says 12 and under. We heard from a delegation today that she rode the bus unaccompanied at 10 and under. For me, I felt that 13 and under, that a 13-year-old did not need to have an adult accompanying them on the bus. I felt that like a 13-year-old should be capable of riding the bus alone. When I was trying to think of what would be a proposed amendment, I struggled, well, what is the right age? Should it be 12? Should it be 11? Should it be 10? Rather than just picking a random age, I'm inclined to go with those, like half of the folks that we've researched, who aren't bothering to regulate it. And and when we have the term fare-paying adult, it also restricts the possibility of somebody riding with an older sibling or a babysitter on the bus. And so I just don't think that that's an appropriate distinction. Rather than trying to fix a problem that we don't currently have, which is problems with youth who are riding the bus unaccompanied, and I propose that we remove this. And if it becomes a problem in the future, that we can regulate it at that time. And I did have the chance to check in with administration regarding this amendment, and my understanding is that they are agreeable to this change. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so I think I'm done for now, but I do have the opportunity to close if I'd like, right?
I'll turn the microphone on. Any questions regarding the amendment? Okay. Councilor Mancinelli?
She's still up.
Oh, you're for the main one, okay. Councilor Stadnichuk?
I do have mixed feelings about this. I do agree that it shouldn't be just a fare paying adult, because I think there'd be a lot of circumstances, again, like where siblings, neighbors,
Friends.
where their youth that might be accompanying children. I know I was babysitting at age 11, but again, I know times are different, but then certain parents, I think, would, they would have their guidelines is the word I'm thinking of. They'd have their threshold in terms of what they think is appropriate for their children, and I think that we would leave it in their hands to determine if they want their child traveling with another fare-paying adult, youth, or if their child is really mature and they feel like as a 12-year-old they can make it to their music lesson on their own, especially if they're walk to the bus stop or not. So I will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, you're up.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, maybe to the mover of this amendment. Did you consult with the Regina Police just to see if that would leave any? What I'm concerned is kids jumping on the bus and then getting to the other side of town and going, So I don't know what the police, if there's anything, if anyone contacted them to see what Chief Ray would think of this idea. Through the chair.
Mr. Henry?
Through the chair. So through our training program for our operators are trained if a child is in trouble, they know they can go to the bus as a safe place. We promote that all the time. And the operators are trained well enough that if a young child got on a bus and there was an issue, they would immediately contact our dispatch office. One of our supervisors would be on scene immediately, and if required, we would have police there also.
Thank you. Councillor
So
Shaw?
we do work very close with RPS.
Okay. Councillor Shaw?
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I just because I'm concerned and I guess is that my place to make the call? I guess not. I'm assuming that's more the police, and if the police feel that this is something that we can move forward with, then I can support this. But thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. You've already spoken. That's the motion. Okay. I have a question just in regards to the option, of course, was there for a fare-paying passenger. And I wonder about, is there cameras on the bus and the legal, I guess, if their kids get on and there's some, kids are kids, roughhousing or whatever, and someone gets hurt, how does the liability work if there's no adult present? Mr. Almright, go ahead.
Through the chair. So there is, every one of our fleet, 120 buses are cameraed. There are 4 cameras on the inside and 4 on the exterior of the bus. We review them if need be, if there is an incident on the bus or an accident. We work again closely with RPS if they require footage from a camera. In a certain situation, that is provided to them also. I'm going to ask Mr. Weary to maybe comment on the legal side of what would happen if. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Weary.
Deputy Mayor, it would be no different than, in my view, a situation where we have young people attending city facilities. So we assume that risk now with people attending facilities. Buses are something that we operate, invite the public to use, and so therefore the liability in many respects is the same. We would have, if something were to happen and we were negligent in our operation of the bus or in our management of people getting on and getting off the bus or controlling behavior of people, there's the potential for liability for the city, as there is in our recreational facilities and other places where we invite the public to use our services.
Thank you for that clarification. If this goes through, I would appreciate, maybe some feedback after a year from transit to hear how it's been going. Sometimes I feel it's almost better to go the other way, where you've got, you lessen a little bit by adding a paying passenger, and then, and then reducing it after that. But I also can see on the other side that, more kids may take transit. I don't know. But I guess that just for the data, I would appreciate the data to be collected, like how many kids are taking it. And then the other piece would be is that, has there been any issues regarding safety or anything like that? That would be, I think, really appreciated and important for council for it to come back. Is that something that can be done, Mr. Onright?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, and I believe we have committed to bringing a report back linked to the Transit Master Plan action items annually. So this is in direct relationship to the Transit Master Plan, so it will be a part of that report.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, seeing no others, oh, Councilor Rinder, you want to speak to the, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Councilor
sorry,
Rinder, no worries.
to the amendment. I was just kibitzing with Councilor Zahedniak is I'm going to be agreeing with her. It's like, wow. I do believe that it's kind of trying to figure out all that safety and all that, and what brought quickly to mind is children could be worse off on the street if they're walking for longer distances than riding a bus, which is a safety, right? So I would say keep the kids off the street and keep them safe. So I do agree. As the comments are made by the administration, there is a lot of controls there. There's a lot of help. They're in a controlled environment, so I do agree with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We are ready to call the vote on the, oh, sorry, Council, do you want to close debate? Go ahead.
I did want to note that, you know, as mentioned, we don't have restrictions at this time in terms of who, whether a parent or an adult needs to be with youth. So as we speak, youth have the ability to come onto buses as they wish. And also that within, you know, within the changes where we were recommending a fare paying adult, we still weren't saying that youth couldn't ride the bus, just that they'd have to pay if they didn't have an adult with them. So, you know, I think that this just makes it more simple, and we'll see how it works. And I'm fine with, you know, coming back in a year and seeing how it's going. And if it's not going well, we can put in some additional restrictions at this time. That's kind of how I like to treat my kids. Let's see how you handle this responsibility. And if you mess up, then we'll put some more rules in place, kids. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call the vote.
This is Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. This is just on the amendment, yeah. And Councillor Mansell, you're up next to speak on the main motion. Okay.
Through you, Acting Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 9-0.
Thanks. I only have one question about the paratransit fare changes, how that would affect users. If I could just give a little bit of context.
Go ahead, Mr. Onright.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Griffin to provide comment.
Ms. Griffin, go ahead.
Sure. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So what is being recommended for paratransit is a charter rate increase. And paratransit charter rates are not intended to make any profit for the city. They're just intended to be a cost recovery. So the only impact to paratransit customers is going to be to those who purchase charter services. And I can advise that the majority of charter services are purchased by the Catholic and public school systems. And so if there was a reduction in charter rates, or we are not at cost recovery, we would be subsidizing primarily the public and Catholic school systems, because they're the ones that use charter services. Now, that being said, we have this new paratransit recreation program that enables people to use charter services for specialized services for recreation. So if anyone comes in as an individual or as a nonprofit organization, the charter rates are at half, and there are no mileage charges in order to make it more appealing for people to utilize that option. But even with that option currently in place, really most, if not all, of the charters at this point are done through the school divisions.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that answer. It makes it a little bit easier the support, and I can see why the costs would be needed, so thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move an amendment to point 5 such that it reads, refer option 1A, free transit for high school students, comma, and this is new, and option 2B, free transit for seniors between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. as outlined in the report to the 2023 budget process for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc will need a seconder. I'll second it then. I did. I'm gonna find it, okay. Councillor LeBlanc, do you want to speak to it?
Please. Yeah, so I'll direct people, if you'd like to look to it, this is at page 3 of the report considered at executive. Says this option would cost $555,000 annually in foregone revenues and additional operating hours for paratransit. No additional buses would be required. I think it's well worth debating this as part of the budget deliberation. I say that for 3 reasons. 1, that's the right place to speak about budgetary things. 2, I think we're well aware that seniors in particular can make good use of buses. Sometimes issues with retaining license, disposable income, shoveling, that kind of thing. And 3, I think this time limited in off-peak hours lets us make better use of existing bus infrastructure, and I think supports essentially lowering the cost per ride of it. So I think this is a good way for us to get in and allow seniors increased independence without costing us much additional and no extra capital, and we should at least speak about it at the same time we discuss high school students and others at budget time.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any questions around the amendment? So this one would be the free transfer for seniors during off-peak periods from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 7 days a week. Okay, and that would be added to the referral of what? Of 0.5 in the recommendations, yeah. Any questions for that, or is it pretty straightforward? Okay, I'll just make a comment that I have heard from a few seniors, and that was they do it in other cities, and I think it would be something that I think would be appreciated in this city to give seniors an opportunity. I think away from the early morning and the 4:30 or 5:30, so not during those peak times. I think, again, it would be great to see kind of the uptake there. And we know that many seniors later, either cannot drive, they lose their license due to aging, and this may be an opportunity for them to be able to afford to take the bus and get on the bus. So that's why I did second it. So I see no other further, yes?
Just a question for clarification. So the under option 2B in the report that went to executive, it does state that it would be additional hours for paratransit. I'm just wondering about the implications of that. If seniors who normally use paratransit would then all try to get the demand for paratransit would be really high because everyone's going to try to get the free paratransit between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Is that a possible implication of this, just through the chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Ms. Griffin to comment.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, we would anticipate that would happen. And so the additional $165,000 would be, right now, we have several buses that are split in peak times, so morning and afternoon peaks. We would simply run them straight through to provide additional service to deal with some of the demand that we're projecting that we would be experiencing should this be approved.
Okay, well, I'll leave it to the budget process of discussion then. Thanks.
Councillor Findura?
Just a question, to ride paratransit, you have to register, correct? So not just anyone can call and get on a paratransit, am I correct with that?
Mr.
Through you,
Andre?
Deputy Mayor, Ms. Griffin.
Ms. Griffin?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Wong, do you want to close debate? No, okay. All right, we'll call the question on the amendment.
Is Councillor Mole in favor?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the amendment carries 8-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Mole, and Zakidniak. And the following voting against is Councillor Hawkins.
Is that adjournment? Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, we will go back to the main motion. Any questions? Councillor LeBlanc, anything further? You're good? Okay. Back on the main motion. Anyone else? Councillor would like to separate number 2 out. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any more. I think we're just gonna call the question, but we are gonna separate now. Yeah, we will vote on number 2 separately and then vote on everything else. So let's just go there here. So what are we voting on, number 2 now? Okay, so we'll vote on number 2 now, which is, just here, let's see, let's read that out, so we're clear. Sorry. So we're voting on number 2, which says approve the revised paratransit charter rates in Appendix A. Is he okay?
Through,
Go ahead. Okay.
through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hawkins has indicated his verbal vote as voting in favor. Councillor Mole has left the meeting. As a result, the point number 2 carries 7-1 with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, and Mancinelli. And the following voting against is Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Now we will go to the rest of the recommendations, which is 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the main motion as amended carries 8-0.
Thank you very much. And can I have someone adjourn? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Thank you, everybody. Long day. Oh, we do need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Thanks a lot, everyone. Long, long time.